And thanks everybody for joining us for the Phase 3 Workshop 5 presentations for today are going to be on the risk mitigation reporting templates and discount rates. And before we get started on that, I'll let folks trickle in and give you our safety culture message. So the idea for today's safety message came to me when I was hanging out with my nieces. And as we get close to the holidays, I know everybody loves to bake cookies, but keeping our kids safe and aware of the dangers of electric appliances is paramount. So just a couple of examples that came about while I was doing some research on this. Mixers and long hair do not mix. I won't go into the details because some of it was kind of gruesome, but just make sure to keep the hair back of the little ones while they're working on the cookie mixer. It's also important to make sure that kids are aware of the dangers of ovens and burners. It turns out that globally 33% of pediatric burn incidents are actually the result of cooking, and that's worldwide. Most important is just constant observation and supervision during cookie baking activities. There was probably 4 of us actually focused on the little one here at that time, so that's always good. Protective equipment can play a role as well. So we can put protective covers on our mixers. This is an old Kenwood that had one actually installed on the mixer. And I can't help it. Finally, just a quick plug, sorry, pardon the pun, but for outlet covers that are pretty necessary for the little ones, even when you're not baking. Okay, so this meeting will be recorded. One or more decision makers are going to be present may be present during the meeting, but no decisions are going to be taken. And let's do a quick roll call now that we're in here. Let's go with, is Public Advocate's Office on the call?
Yes, we are here.
Thanks. And Turn?
Turn is here. Katie Morsoni and consultant Eric Borden should be on the line at some point today, if not already.
Okay, great.
I'm here. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Eric. And PG&E.
Hey, this is Ken. I'm on the line. Vincent Lowe and Elijah Devon will be our presenters today.
Great. Good morning. SCE.
Yeah, SCE has various representatives here as well.
Okay. Sempra. Anybody from Sempra companies?
Morning, Eddie. SoCal Gas and Estrogen are here. Thanks,
Josh. Okay, and then UCAN. Anybody from Utility Consumers Action Network? Okay, anybody from MGRA? Okay. Energy Producers and Users Coalition and Indicated Shippers. Okay. How about Protect Our Communities Foundation, PCF?
Hi, John Webster here for Protect Our Communities.
Thanks, John. Are there any others who I didn't call or who would like to be recognized? You are also welcome to notify us in the chat if you didn't get your name called out. So today's agenda is going to be relatively fixed to accommodate the presenters and stakeholders' schedules. There will be some flexibility allowed, but only if there's consensus. We have a pretty full schedule, so I'm not expecting that we will need to take a consensus about taking early breaks or early lunch, but we'll see. We can come to that bridge when we get there. You can see we're going to first have Cal Advocates present on the reporting templates. There's going to be a bit of a Q&A directly after they present. We'll take a break at 11, and then we'll come back to have a fuller discussion about the reporting templates until lunch. And then in the afternoon, Turn is first going to present their proposal on discount rates. We'll have a bit of Q&A directly after their presentation, just for clarifying questions. SPD will be presenting their position on discount rates, and there will be some Q&A directly after that. We'll have a quick break around 2:30, and then we'll come back and have a fuller discussion about discount rates before we close by 4 o'clock. So yeah, if somebody could remind me to save the chat at the end of the day, that would be great. And if you have any IT related questions, I'm going to put George's email in the chat. And then attendees have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Attendees, though, we do ask that you stay muted except during the Q&A or discussion period. And during the presentation portion of each session, attendees can enter chat questions into the chat box. Please address the questions to everyone so that we all can see them. I'll do my best, or folks at SPD can help to occasionally interrupt the presenter if there's any clarifying questions, but we appreciate it if non-clarifying questions can be held until the discussion period. If there's not enough time to respond to all the chat box questions during the workshop, I will collect answers to those questions and circulate them to the service list after the workshop. During the discussion, please use the raised hand function to speak, and I will do my best to call on the attendees in the order that they're listed. And after the question is asked, please lower your hand. For now, I'm going to pass it off to Commissioner Reynolds' office. Jake McDermott is going to give us just a few words to get us started here.
Thanks, Eddie. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see all of you. My name is Jake McDermott, and I'm one of Commissioner Reynolds' advisors that is assigned to the RDF or SMAP 2 proceeding. I'd like to thank staff for their work on setting up this workshop, and I'd also like to thank staff as well as Turn and Cal Advocates for their presentations that we will be seeing today. We're covering two topics today. One is on the RAMP reporting templates, and the other is discount rates. I know that Eddie will cover our expected outcomes for today, but I wanted to focus in on what our office is most interested in. With respect to the RAMP reporting templates, Cal Advocates had previously emphasized the need for us to consider these templates as part of the IOU's RAMP filings. Because the RAMP filings are massively complex, they can be quite burdensome not only for the Commission, but for other parties to understand and sort through. I say this because even if RAMP filings are transparent, complexity adds to the workload that we must all bear when understanding all of the detail contained within. Thus, it may benefit us to think strategically about the benefits of a standardized reporting template and how to prioritize key information critical to our processes. I am most interested to better understand the types of information that would be gleaned from these templates and why that information may not be readily available without the usage of a template. Moving on to discount rates, this is something that has pretty profound impacts to the final RSC calculations provided by the IOUs. We'll be interested to hear if the parties have a way to understand or conceptualize an appropriate range of discount rates for computing the costs and benefits for mitigation programs. We will also be curious to hear about the use of different discount rates for the benefits and costs and different arguments in support or against that type of methodology. I'm looking forward to the discussion today, though I'll note I will be in and out of the workshop throughout the morning and afternoon. And with that, I will hand it back to Eddie.
Great. Thank you, Jake. I'll take us through some quick updates on the timeline. As you can see, we're tracking through phase 3. We are now at October 25th. As most of you probably saw, we will be holding a final workshop on December 6th, and that will include, I'm calling it tail risk 2.0, but it'll include a discussion about tail risk that's non-wildfire related, and we'll have more information will be forthcoming about that. And also, there's going to be a discussion about granularity of tranches in that workshop. So we will be moving along through phase 3, and then Jake has given us a good background. I think one thing that I'm going to note is that Cal Advocates is now describing these in their proposal primarily as risk mitigation reporting templates, and they're going to be discussing the two templates that were shared with the service list a few weeks ago, the mitigation project selection template and the mitigation project progress template. During the Q&A, we'll probably throw those up on the screen, and we'll probably have a detailed discussion about each of those variables. We'll come back to that later on. And then the discount rate is going to be discussing either the use of varying discount rates, discuss an appropriate discount rate, the ranges that are available, and then we're going to be discussing the potential for varying of discount rates by mitigation. So we're looking for feedback on these different aspects of the discount rate, as Jake just indicated. And we're going to be looking at feedback of the two templates that were proposed by Cal Advocates as well. I wanted to emphasize that one of the important aspects of phase 3 has been that we are interested in building a record. And so, we're very excited to hear all the different perspectives that are going to come out of this workshop. And just keep in mind that there's additional record building that's going to be happening in the comments and reply period as well. So all of this discussion, is important, and we're interested in hearing all the different perspectives. So with that, I believe I'm going to hand it over to Cal Advocates, and I'm happy to move the slide deck forward for all of you folks whenever you need me to get going.
Great. Thank you, Eddie. Can we move on to the next slide, please? So thank you for the opportunity to present today on our risk mitigation project templates. This is something we believe that the Commission should adopt. I am Anna Yang. I am with the Safety Branch at the Public Advocate's Office, also known as Cal Advocates. And with me today, I have Frankie Lau and Chris Parks, and they'll introduce themselves later when it's come their time. And I also want to point out, excuse our page numbering on the slide, because when we consolidated the slide, it skewed the numbering on each slide. Okay, next slide, please. So here is our agenda. First, we'll start off with a brief background on our templates, followed by the concern that was brought up from the utilities. Then we'll highlight some issues that led to our proposal of these templates, and then the objectives of these templates, and then we'll go over our two templates, which Eddie mentioned earlier, the risk mitigation project selection template and the risk mitigation project progress template. And then Frankie will get into the benefits of some mapping of spatial data that we're requesting in these templates. And finally, our recommendations. Next slide, please. So early on in phase 3 of this proceeding, Cal Advocates recommended that phase 3 should prioritize adoption of risk mitigation templates for use in both the RAMP and the GRC. And these templates would include granular data and information that demonstrates how utilities determine what mitigation to implement, where to implement, and the timeline for each mitigation project. And also how cost effective are these projects, and how would these proposed mitigation projects affect the increasing monthly rates to customers that we have seen in the past? And how effective are these projects, and how much risks are expected to reduce from these projects? And utilities are also expected to report on the past progress of mitigation projects, and did they meet their goals? What is their current standing? And what are they projecting to do in the near future? Cal Advocates understand that some of these data are reported in work papers and various other proceedings, but the templates will consolidate the information that is necessary to inform a GRC decision. And this would eliminate the need to dig through various proceedings for this information. Next slide, please. Leading up to this workshop, we reached out to parties and utilities for feedback so we can try to incorporate those feedback into our proposals and our templates. We also requested that the utilities fill out the templates with real or hypothetical data so we can have applied experience of how these templates worked, and that should encourage a more constructive discussion today. But unfortunately, the utilities provided comments on each field instead of filling out the cells with sample data, and even though it appeared that they may have the data. But for some of the issues that did arise in our meetings, we want to address them here. So these templates will not be a one-size-fits-all for the utilities and every risk they face in their service territory. So not all fields will be applicable for every risk, and not all fields will be applicable for every project. So, and those fields can be left blank or left blank until the data is available. But the template that we're proposing here is a starting point to get the data that is available. to get the data that we need. And the sooner we get these templates out, the sooner we can gain experience with them and to flesh out any problems and improve the templates. There were also comments that some of the data in our templates are already captured elsewhere. But like I mentioned, the point of these templates is to get all the necessary information needed to effectively evaluate the GRC proposal and to have it consolidated into one place. And these project level data are necessary for the commission and parties to be able to understand and assess how mitigation projects were developed and what are the expected benefits and costs of each project. And then it can help build towards a consensus on what projects are important and needs to be implemented. There was also a discussion about how the exact plan for mitigation projects will change over the course of when it was initially scoped to when it's being implemented. And that's not unusual. We understand that. But updating these project numbers in the templates on an annual basis will allow everyone to understand and assess how these projects evolved over time and why. And in the RAMP filings, the utilities currently report data at the program level. So when proposed mitigations are aggregated at the program level, it is not apparent which project is necessary to address safety concerns and which project addresses low-risk areas. And that can obscure information like which project has higher or lower cost-benefit ratios. An example would be undergrounding a difficult terrain at the top of a hill with dense vegetation versus undergrounding the side of a road that is easily accessible. So these projects could bear extremely varying costs. So there will be different data and costs across different projects that are all under the same mitigation program. And it is important that we capture that and assess where the highest risks are, what risk mitigation measure is effective, what are the cost benefit ratio of each project, and had all that information in a consolidated format. Next slide, please. So here is an updated graphic of what we presented in our April post pre-hearing conference statement, which demonstrates the escalating monthly bill prices that consumers are facing. I'll note that these figures do not include pending applications such as the current open GRC applications. But the key issue here is why we need these templates, because rates have increased substantially, surpassing the inflation rate. So we need to assess all the mitigation projects that are being proposed and what's cost effective, what are the alternatives, and assess them all, evaluate them. Next slide, please. Having all this information in a consolidated format can help us to better evaluate risk mitigation projects to assess which ones have the best cost benefit ratios, how each of these projects would impact customers and the public, and which mitigation projects should be prioritized. And just like how the R-stars report on authorized spending versus actual spending, we don't have a template that compares the projected progress versus the actual progress of RAMP and GRC risk mitigation project implementation. And that is what our second template is for, the risk mitigation project progress template. This consolidated progress information allows the commission and parties to critically assess the cost effectiveness and performance effectiveness of the proposed risk mitigation projects. And it can demonstrate that utilities are prioritizing work in the highest risk areas and not just doing work in low risk areas to achieve their mileage targets. And instead of going through reports, different reports and proceedings to pull this information together, we need a consolidated template that can easily provide us all this information. Next slide, please. So these are the objectives behind our templates, and I've pretty much touched on each of these in the previous slides. But the focus of our proposed templates is to have project level data all in a consolidated format, so the commission and parties can evaluate prioritization and progress of risk mitigation projects and ensure utilities complete work in the highest risk areas. When we have all this information in one place, easily accessible for the commission and parties, it can support potential consensus among utilities and parties in which mitigation projects are necessary and should be authorized in the GRC proposal. Next slide, please. So this is a screenshot of our first template, the risk mitigation project selection template that we filed with our proposal 2 weeks ago. To be able to show the entire template and have the content visible, I had to separate the template into 2 rows here. But this template focuses on the information that helps the commission and parties assess how the utilities selected and scoped its proposed mitigation projects, as well as the expected benefits and risk reduction of each project. And this template is not intended to be prescriptive of how utilities should report these data, but it's a place for the utilities to disclose this information, so we know they're actually doing these things, and explain how they're coming up with these numbers and how they're measuring effectiveness and risk reduction of mitigation programs. And if select elements of these templates are not applicable to some of the mitigation programs, then the cells can be left blank. And we have a column at the far right for the notes and comments, and that the utilities can fill that out, explaining why it's not applicable or when it will be available. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot of our second template, the risk mitigation project progress template. So this template focuses on project progress, what the utilities initially forecasted and proposed in the GRC compared to where they really are today and what they plan to achieve in the near future, as well as the risk reduction benefits of those risk mitigation projects. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to pass it on to Frankie to discuss what we can do with the location spatial data that we're requesting in these templates.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Hello, everybody. My name is Frankie, and Frankie Lau, and I'm a utilities engineer at Cal Advocates on the safety analysis team. So as Anna's mentioned, we believe that the utilities should be providing the location spatial data as requested in these templates. One of the things we think is that having the spatial data available will allow the commission, the utilities, and pretty much all interested parties the ability to map and analyze and display the different aspects of the data that's in this in these templates. And in the next few slides, we're going to just be looking at a few examples of how graphical representation can greatly assist the our ability to quickly analyze large pools of data. So next slide, please. I think there's also another slide, and you can go ahead and move to that because I think some text shows up and there's, yeah, so thank you. So here we have a map of the EPSS events across the PG&E service territory. And again, this is just as an example. This was a map that was created using the publicly available data that we can find on Energy Safety and PG&E's website, just spliced together. And when we look at the snapshot, there's going to be some areas of interest that immediately catch our eyes, primarily because they're darker in color, which is, again, one of the benefits of being able to graphically represent the data set. So from here, once we've identified the areas of interest, we can dive in further as we need to. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and transition to a live demonstration. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
And Eric, I see you have your hand up. Did you have a quick question while Frankie's bringing his stuff online here?
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. I was just confused by the word projects. I'm wondering if you're talking about are we talking about past projects and future proposed projects, or because I mean, I just comment in the GRCs, often the utilities will not have like proposed projects, or so is that synonymous with more the proposal?
Is that a question to myself or to Anna?
Either one.
I think Anna, you're probably, or Chris, you guys are better suited to answer that.
I can jump in there. This is Chris Parks, I'm supervisor of the financial impact section. So this is project level. That would be, you'll see in the templates that there's a discussion about effectiveness. So in that sense, it would be looking at projects that may span multiple years, perhaps, and then being able to capture the information on effectiveness and project effectiveness and completion. But then this is highly intended to be used for evaluation of proposed projects. And that would be going forward to be able to understand what are the mitigation proposals that are coming up in the ramps and the GRCs, and then understand how they compare to each other and alternatives, and then going into the future. Does that answer your question, Eric?
I think it does. I might come back to this in the discussion. The worry I have is often the utilities will say, well, we don't know where we're actually going to do these things. And, they'll model it a certain way, but they won't have specific quote unquote projects. So we might want to discuss, what they should be doing instead. I mean, I totally agree. I wish it would be specific to projects because often we're using, average unit costs, average this and that, but it will very much differ by project. So happy to bring this up again in the discussion, but I think you clarified for me.
Absolutely, yes. Thanks.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think we'll come back to that topic. For now, Frankie, why don't you go ahead and take us through your demo?
So on your screen, you should see basically the same exact map now, just available for me to hover over. So this is again a map of the EPSS related outages in 2022. And in this particular example, the different color grades represents the number of outages associated with specific circuits. So we're going to go ahead and zoom into El Dorado County, just as an example. And for those of you who wish to kind of be able to see this a little bit clearer, you may want to use your zoom function. I've not yet figured out or don't even know if there's a way to increase the size of the text that shows up in Tableau. But as we can see, immediately upon hovering over specific circuits, you get a little window that pops up, and this displays the underlying data. And again, this is just an example. This particular data is not necessarily relevant to what we're looking at today, but again, just want to show you the graphical tool here and what we can do with it.
Would you like me to go back to the slide deck?
No, just another sec. Just one more moment. So again, like I mentioned, the data that we can represent is tailored to how we want to do that in the backend. But it's extremely important that we are collecting the relevant data so that we can display it appropriately. And this is where the templates come in that Anna and Chris are presenting. So we can go ahead and go back to the slide deck.
Right.
Okay. And also we can move to the next slide, please. So here we just have another example, and this is a map that's available via the state auditor's website. And again, we have El Dorado as an example. And upon looking at this map, we immediately can see what it's trying to display. So in this case, by different color grading, we can tell where the undergrounded conductors are versus where the covered conductors are versus where the bare conductor are. And this is just another example of how when we look at a map, we can immediately understand and analyze the top layer of data. And then specifically, if we're interested in certain areas, we can zoom in further. So as an example, and this is just completely speculative because I didn't build the example for this, but if we took this map and overlaid it with, let's say, like a risk map, some sort of heat map for risk, we can immediately identify that where we've undergrounded makes sense. Does it cover the high risk area? Does it not? Do we need to do more? And where it may not overlap, that may become an area of interest, which would prompt us to dive deeper into the details there. So just as a recap, as we can see through these, just these two examples, graphical representation is a very powerful tool for us to be able to analyze and process large pools of data. In this case, specifically the templates that we're looking at. And when we start to consider mitigation efforts like undergrounding, covered conductor, or pole replacement, being able to look at it from a top graphical view, as opposed to a tabular view, it's just going to make it so much easier for us to understand the scope of the work that's been done, that's being done, and that is planned to be done. So at this point, I'll hand it back to Anna. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Frankie. Can you move on to the next slide, please, Eddie? So this slide summarizes our recommendations. The first is that we need these templates now to achieve the objective that we just discussed. And then we can refine them as we get more experience with them, because it will be a continuous improvement process. But the earlier we get these templates out, the sooner we can improve them. And the second is that we should include location spatial data so we can do mapping with select attributes to be able to pinpoint areas experiencing the highest risk. And just like Frankie demonstrated earlier. And then we want to ensure that utilities are prioritizing work in those riskiest areas. And third, the commission can authorize SPD authority to make revisions and improvements to the templates as we get more experience with how the templates work. And lastly, we should start utilizing these templates beginning with filings coming in 2025, which would be SEMPRA's RAMP and PG&E's GRC. And then we can have annual updates that can capture project changes and project progress. And we know these templates are not perfect, but it's a starting point, and it captures the information that we need to understand and assess how utilities prioritize risk and what work they're doing and the outcomes of that work. And that concludes our presentation today. The next slide should just be our questions slide. If you want to move into clarifying questions now.
Yeah, that would be fine. Does anybody, there's nothing in the chat so far, but does anybody have any clarifying questions that they would like to ask?
Actually, I had another one. So would you overlay, I love the map idea. Would you overlay the, is the idea to overlay risk data with where the projects are, or how would you identify like which are, like how the risk maps up with where the projects are?
I think that's an excellent question. And realistically, the answer is that's one possibility. It really is going to kind of be, first of all, we need to understand the data that we're collecting and then how we want to analyze that. And it may go through a trial and error type process where, okay, what's going to give us the most effective way to quickly analyze how projects are impacting the specific areas that they're being done in, right? So in the example I presented, where we're overlaying a project level map over a risk layer map, I think that's going to be a potential candidate because that will very quickly tell us, are the utilities doing projects in the appropriate areas or are they not? And if they're not, then that's where our questions are going to come in and say, okay, well, why are you working here if it's not a very high risk area as opposed to area X? And the explanation may be simple. Explanation may be convoluted. We don't know. But the whole point is to get us that quick visual representation so that we can start asking those questions.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, I saw Wendy come on.
Yeah, I had a question. So there's different levels of detail that each utility provides. For example, for wildfire mitigation, undergrounding and cover conductor projects, PG&E does have a list of, I think, about 2,700 projects that they provided to OEIS for undergrounding projects, and that make up more than 2,000 miles of undergrounding project. On the other hand, Edison has tens of thousands of little tiny circuit segments. I'm wondering if you guys have an idea. It kind of goes back to the question of what is a project. Do you guys have an idea of, I know this is wildfire specific, but I saw the circuit names were used for projects. So are you thinking that all the individual projects on a circuit would be one big project, or have you thought?
This is Chris Parks. I'll jump in on that, Wendy. Thank you. So currently, it's not, the template is not very detailed and prescriptive about what a project necessarily needs to include or exclude. However, we do believe that circuit segment information would be useful, and it may be that other parties in their perspectives may have other perspectives on this, but in general, we would expect that a utility. I've seen some of the project lists, and I can see that some of them are, at least, up to 1,000. Perhaps they go way beyond that as well, as what I think you're describing. But I think that it would be at a project level. The key thing is something that can be understood and authorized in a ramp, and then, reviewed in a ramp and then authorized in a GRC. And then tracked in terms of progress. So we would ask the utilities to fill in how they determine their projects and define that in this template. And then there could be a discussion about that. But we're not at this point saying that it needs to include or exclude anything in particular. But I do think that we have an understanding that segment level information is going to be useful in determining how a utility packages all this into a specific project. Maybe you have more thoughts about that, Wendy.
Yeah, I would suggest isolatable circuit segments maybe, and segments that align with circuit protection zones. When you get to the level that Edison has provided, where some are just a few feet long circuit segments for a system hardening program, or 100 feet long, it doesn't really make sense to me that those are really going to be projects at the utility level. And I think it just makes it much more difficult to analyze when you have tens of thousands of those little segments.
So I see hands from Brian and Dan. Do you care who goes first, guys? You're on the same team. Okay, Dan.
You can go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so thank you guys. So how would you guys envision this working for non sort of grid related risks, or like cyber or employee safety? Or is this germane only to grid related risks?
I think if it applies, it can be entered. I think we touched upon this yesterday. Frankie, I'm not sure if you want to take that. Or Chris.
Yeah, so we talked about it a little bit. It's reasonable to understand that there are some projects or some programs that aren't going to be, I guess, for lack of better terms, mappable. Right? It's non-physical in the way that we typically understand it. But I think in those cases, it's still something that's reportable, and to the extent reasonable. There's going to be some data that you can convey as part of these templates, and then there's going to be some data that's just not applicable to such data, to such inquiries. So in those cases, and this is part of the process that Anna was describing earlier. Once we get this on the ground and rolling, we're going to start to learn where this actually works and where it doesn't work, and how we can either modify it to accept different types of data, or is it necessary? So I think it's going to be something we're going to learn as we roll along. And I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I think that's the first question. Thank you. And have you guys sort of taken some of the data from all the utilities and plugged it into this template and see if it works?
I would say that we were actually hoping the utilities would take some of their data and put it into the template so that we could understand how how this could fit, or how it could be modified to fit what the utilities do. So, I mean, in general, we understand, in terms of if you're talking about an undergrounding project, how that could be fit in towards, number of miles. There's some general programmatic level information that's available in terms of, risk reduction. But ideally, what we like to do is have utilities kind of use the data that they have, and then try to use this template to report that information. And in terms of the earlier question about how this might apply to other programs like cybersecurity or other types of mitigations that are not, for example, wildfire risk reduction. This is not, I just want to bring up again, I think Anna mentioned that this is not intended to be prescriptive. It's not to tell a utility how or to specify how a utility must develop its own projects. It's more about having a vehicle for the utility to report and disclose how it is managing these projects, how it is selecting these projects, how it's assessing it and deciding on them, and to be able to capture that, consolidate that so that it's more easily available for decision makers and other parties to understand and evaluate.
So I'm going to jump in here real quick, Brian, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
I wanted to, because in the proposal that Cal Advocates shared with us, one of the things that's actually missing is what is the language that you would like the commission to use in order to kind of clarify, where you feel the template may or may not be relevant to certain risks. If it's possible, I would like to encourage Cal Advocates to maybe come up with some, like a draft version of the language that you would like to see included. So that way we have an idea of how you're thinking about what's the best way to deal with the risks that may not necessarily fit all of the fields within the template. I know you probably don't have that language available right now, but that would be very helpful, I think, for the decision makers during this phase of the proceeding. So something to think about. Brian, did you have any follow-ups on that?
Eddie, no, thank you very much, though. I appreciate it.
Dan, you had your hand up before. Did we cover everything that you were thinking about?
Yeah, I see a couple others are up since we just spoke. I'll let Vincent and others, but we'll have more thoughts and opinions in the second half of Q&A.
Very good. Then I will allow Vincent to go ahead and ask his question.
Thanks, Eddie. So my question is, I understand that some of the information, seems like the examples we provided were kind of wildfire specific examples. So as I understand it, a lot of the information that, the kind of asking for has been available in places like the WMP. I also know that Cal Advocate has asked for circuit protection zone information at the in our WMP filing, location basis on a location basis. So my question is, and going back to Frankie Lau's original statement is, have some information to try and plug in and get some things going. So I'd like to ask Cal Advocate what their experience has been using the data that we've provided to them, location-specific data that we've provided to them, what their experience has been to date with that information.
To specifically address the example you're presenting, I couldn't answer it because I haven't worked with that data, but I do believe it's been pretty effective. I think one of the headaches is usually just trying to ask the right question to get the available data, and I think that's really kind of it. And then once we have it, then it's just a matter of giving it to our analysis or analysts and engineers to process it and however they see fit, whether that be graphical representation, tabular. But it's been effective in helping, as far as I understand, it's been pretty effective in helping us to understand the work that's done through the WMP, for better or for worse, I suppose. So I hope that answers your question. Unfortunately, I'm not very intertwined with the work that the WMP team does when it comes to analyzing such specific data sets. But
yeah, I was just curious because you mentioned that, if you have some of the data, you can get started with iterating through this process. But as I understand it, you kind of do have the data. So I'm just wondering where you are in terms of iterating through the process.
Yeah, well, with regards to, I know a few individuals who have worked with it, and the graphical, like the the location data that they end up having available to them definitely does help with the processing of such large data sets. I mean, I don't think there's really a question as to whether or not it's beneficial. It's just a matter of what location and spatial data are you actually looking for, and what are you using it for? And so I think that's kind of the question that revolves around these particular templates, and trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to use a graphical tool to benefit us when all of us when we're analyzing such a large data set.
Chris, before you respond, could I ask one quick clarifying question? It sounds to me like what Frankie is describing is that this template and the requirement to have spatial data included in various submissions would help cut down on DR requests. Or on data requests? Is that also part of this process?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assumption to make, because that's going to be one of the side effects of having this as kind of just a submission, where it's going to come in a standardized format, and to be determined, obviously. But it's something that we won't necessarily have to request down the line. It'll already be there for us and all relevant parties to analyze and use as they need to better understand for themselves how this plays into the larger picture.
And will that, just for the other utilities on the line, would that cut down on any time for you? Would that be helpful, having fewer data requests, or do you see that as a benefit?
This is Dan from SCE. I think lower or less data requests are, but we don't believe this template will work for that. And I'll wait for others to respond. I do have some other talking points that are outside this, but I'll defer to the other IOUs to answer this question.
Yeah, this is Greg Flores from SoCal Gas. I think, I agree with what Dan just mentioned. I think, anytime there's fewer data requests is always goodness. But based on the conversation, considering that this is kind of an initial attempt at this, I don't think that's going to be a result.
Well, in the future, you're right that it's initial, but in the future, would it possibly be, less of a drag in terms of data request time?
Yeah, I'm just not sure. Again, anytime there's fewer data requests, I think that's goodness, considering that if, we've provided the appropriate level of information and it, reduces ambiguity or questioning, that's all good. But I just think that based on where we're at today, there's just a lot that remains to be seen.
Chris, before you jump in, do you want to hear from Vincent and Brian on this particular topic? Yeah, okay, go ahead. Brian, you were first.
Hey, thanks, Eddie. I agree with Gus a little bit here, is that we would have to see the final language of the proposal. It's still not clear what data Edison hasn't provided in its filings that hasn't met the spirit of this. I know it's better to have more data, but I agree it's hard to determine whether or not we would have less data requests or just different data requests. So it could actually lead to more data requests, right? So especially as we're forecasting projects well into the future, and they're likely to change based on some of this data. So just wanted to make that point.
Great, thanks. I see Vincent and Elijah's hand up. You guys care who goes first?
I can go first. Basically, yeah, we concur with Sampra and Edison, I'm sorry. But I also want to point out that I feel like some of the information that's asked for is also available in other places that we're already providing. So, will that cut back on data requests? Seems like we're providing the same information in other places, so I'm not sure whether it will.
Okay. Elijah?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to add, I support the idea of fewer data requests, but right now it would be kind of purely hypothetical to assume that this template would decrease data requests in any way. So it's not able to be accurately conjectured in any way at this time.
Okay. Chris, go ahead.
Sure, yeah. I think this discussion had to do with like, and Frankie was giving examples of how we can take the spatial data and then map it. And so he gave an example using EPSS data. But there are really the flexibility in this is that with the spatial data tied to the template, we could take any attribute that's part of that template and be able to map it easily, making it visible as to the range of any of those attributes. So for example, there's the template includes like a risk ranking, being able to understand where the highest risks are. You could also map cost benefit ratio, CBR, and be able to understand where are the projects that offer the greatest cost benefit ratio. Any of those attributes could be mapped. In the example that Frankie gave, he just picked a data set that he had and then was able to mouse over it, also use color intensity to understand it. Also, the mapping would be able to be useful to understand progress. I mean, with the progress template, we could understand, well, how is the progress with that project? And so it provides a real, in terms of the initial discussion about, having a standardized template rather than, go to these other data that's available elsewhere, pull it together into a template that would capture the most useful data to kind of pinpoint where to look. And then, as with other reporting templates, you can then sort it, you can filter it, you can pinpoint, the most important aspects and have a better understanding of how these things compare to each other. So it's a tool. And Frankie gave an example of, the state auditor's website, just taking the data and mapping it. So it's sort of a state-of-the-art tool. If we have the spatial data, we can now use state-of-the-art tools that readily make things visible and be able to target and kind of digest all of this complex information into one standardized format. So I just wanted to add on to that.
Okay, thank you. And actually, I kind of have a follow-up to what Chris just said. Elijah, do you mind if I ask it? And maybe you can actually help answer it too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking that at least in the ramp submissions that we received, we generally receive the outputs of risk models. We haven't received the mapping of that output. But I'm just curious, does the utilities actually map the output of their risk models for internal use?
Yeah, I think I can take that. I guess I would start with the ramps are being developed, particularly with the funding expected in 4 to 7 years in the future. Mm-hmm. And it's extremely inaccurate, I would say, to say that we have a lot of location data readily available, mm-hmm. particularly, and I do want to note, kind of going into something Chris Park said, we would love a state-of-the-art tool to maybe help with this, but we would really like to know if there is funding available for this. I mean, we highlighted the rates on this. I do think a heavy-duty mapping tool, I see their examples, which are looking to previous events and putting them on a map that already exists. But if they're looking for something that is brand new, requires future projections, as well as a new software license, people to support it, improved ability for us to do our projects 4 to 7 years in the future. That's going to come at significant upfront costs, as well as significant ongoing costs to maintain licenses, to maintain personnel to support. So I do want to know, has that been discussed? Is that going to be put into the language that Cal Advocates is going to propose if they are going to provide y'all with language?
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead. So the template is not prescribing anything. It's a place to disclose stuff. So for example, if the utility doesn't have that spatial data, then they would, I guess, not be able to provide it any data that they don't have. Now, if the utility does have it, some utilities may have it, and then they would provide that spatial data. And if the utility determines that it is developing that data, then it would certainly make sense that the utility is including, its proposal to be able to provide that spatial data. It seems like a lot of spatial data, like this data that Frankie was using earlier, that I believe was downloaded from PG&E's website. So there should be, I believe that utilities already have a lot of spatial data. It may depend upon the risk, like if it's already being provided in the data that goes to, for example, Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety. But there is data that a utility may or may not have for other types of risks. But to Eddie's point, I think he was asking earlier about, do the utilities already have this data? Do they do that in analyzing their own proposals to target them and develop projects around those locations? And so that is something I don't have the answer to, what they have and what utilities have or what utilities don't have. But it seems to me like that there would be a lot of location data because it would be necessary in order to plan out a project. And so to the extent the utility has that, this would be a place to include it. And that way it could be more readily assessed by, the commission staff. So.
I saw Wendy turned her camera on, but and I think these will be the last 2 points before we break, because I see Brian has his hand up. Wendy, do you want to go first, or do you want to let Brian answer real quick?
Either way is fine.
Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. So, and Eddie, so I had just have a general question. Have you guys considered the confidentiality of data? One thing we wouldn't want is bad actors to use spatial data to say, here's the riskiest part of your system for under certain attributes, reliability, safety, whatever, and to use this for ill purposes. So have you considered maybe the need for confidentiality in some of this data release?
Yeah, that's definitely something that the commission is going to be considering as well, with especially regard to the spatial data. But I think that there's already options available for things of that nature. So
okay.
That probably shouldn't be too much of a challenge, I'd imagine, for the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Wendy,
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on something that you had said, Eddie, asking the utilities whether they use the data to map the risk. And I think if I understood you correctly, I think your point was also whether the utilities map the risk before you actually propose any mitigations. I think that's a good point, because we are getting, through the risk modeling process, it's not just about mapping projects, but you're getting risk data about your infrastructure, and seems like you could do a heat map on certain types of risk, like on pipelines and overhead lines, power lines, that you could do a heat map, where showing where are the highest risk. And perhaps that would be confidential, getting to Brian's point, but that's even before you would propose the projects.
well, and the other reason I ask is because we've already gone through a few ramp cycles. And as we move forward with ramp cycles, I think it would also be beneficial to think about how the map changes over time. And the reason I ask is because I'm wondering if the utilities are essentially updating that spatial data as projects are implemented. So as things get built out, does the map then adjust and change based on the way that things are built out? So it has a feedback aspect of it that I think could be visualized, and that I think also is beneficial to decision makers. So let's take a quick break. and there's a lot more that we can discuss, I think, on all these topics. And yeah, we'll come back in 10 minutes. Come back at 11:10. Thanks, everybody. Hello, everybody. Let a few folks trickle back in. So in the next section, for the discussion part, I'm happy to address any additional questions that folks might have. But I think that we can also begin to address some of the questions that we created as planning questions. And then if it would be helpful, I'm happy to also share the actual template that Cal Advocates had proposed, and if folks wanted to ask specific questions about individual variables or individual formatting questions, are happy to have folks discuss that as well. I think we've already actually addressed, for the most part, the first question here regarding whether the template should be required. But if anybody has any additional thoughts on that particular question, please feel free to raise your hand or speak up about that. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, maybe if I could just provide like, high level, just kind of summary of I think SC's thoughts that relate to these questions as well as Cal Advocate's proposal. Like, one concern we have is it does feel like this is a significant expansion on the scope of what was intended from what we thought in the scoping memo that was focused on a ramp template. When we see things like this is also applicable to the GRC, we feel like maybe that should be discussed in the rate case plan where we're talking about specific format and data that is being requested for our general rate case, as opposed to the ramp, which is, a precursor and it's not a reasonableness review of, projects or forecasted spend. And I think when we talk about like the entire second tab that gets into project progress and the things that I know Chris was talking about earlier, that we could come back years afterwards and fill in the template. Like, the ramp is a forecast. We don't have actuals, regardless of whether even we have a project that's scoped, and it's not even what we may request in the rate case. So it just really seems like this entire conversation for the project progress should be discussed in phase 4 of the risk mitigation accountability report, who's intended to directly do that. Think about how we are held accountable for mitigation progress from these filings.
So, Dan, could I? Oh,
Yeah, sure.
do you have one other point that you wanted to address?
Just maybe two quick ones. Is one, I think Eric had brought this up, Eric Borden from Turner earlier, is, a lot of this template requires us to have detailed project information years and years in advance. And we do have some level, because we have to scope things out, some couple years in advance. So we may have some project level information in earlier years, but when you get into attrition years, those things become less and less set in stone as we're still working through that, having engineering do detailed walks to figure out what the actual projects will be. So, we can provide estimates, but once again, they will be estimates and not necessarily what will be executed. And the last thing for the data, I know that, Chris and Anna had mentioned that, we were asked to fill out, at least I'll speak for SCE and not directly for PG&E and Sempra, that, the reason we didn't provide even hypothetical data is we had questions and concerns of how even fill in the columns. And so we tried to indicate that in our comments in the template. And, if we have time, we're happy to go through those in more detail if we want to look at specific columns, but I know there's other questions here we want to answer. So, that's kind of my high level here, and I'll let you ask your kind of follow up here.
Yeah, we'll come back to some of the details of the individual columns in a little bit. My one thing is regarding the appropriateness of the scoping. My understanding is that this is a version of a reporting template. It's a verification reporting template on the risk mitigations that are scoped into the ramp but then enter into the GRC. So in that sense, the template that is being discussed is quite similar to the RSAR, and the RSARs have always been discussed and integrated into the risk-based decision-making framework. So they've been discussed at multiple times in this proceeding and the predecessors to this proceeding. So I also wanted to say, though, that there are some aspects of the templates that may be appropriate for further discussion during phase 4. I can see that. But I just wanted to post in the chat the actual language of the scoping memo of the types of data that could be discussed, at least within the scope of phase 3. And so if you could look over this real quick, Dan, 1 second.
I think our bigger concern is on the RMAR requirements. We do understand. I understand your point that project tracing between the ramp and the rate case can be something that's useful to see what may have changed and thinking. But once again, they are still hypothetical projects for the most part. But I think more of it is on the coming back and providing actuals for projects that aren't part of a general rate case request, which just doesn't make sense to us.
Okay. I think for now I'll let Vincent go ahead and ask his question, or if Elijah, not sure which one of you guys want to go first.
Go ahead, Vince.
Okay, it's thanks, Eddie. It's more along the lines of kind of comments and addressing some of the things that we've had that were mentioned earlier. So I know, Eddie, earlier you asked to what extent do we have the information, how do utilities use location information in the kind of decision making. I think those are your general questions, and I would say it varies, right? So for some of the risks where we've spent a considerable amount of effort, for example, wildfire, yes, we do have that information available. We do look at it in our decision making processes. But for other risks that are not so mature, that we basically have information at the trench level. And it's a runs the gamut. For some other risks, like gas risk, I'm not a gas expert, but I know that for gas risk, we do have detailed information available, but it's not in the same format, like our TIMP model. The information that we report, the information that is available, it's not the same kind of information. It's not consequences in terms of the attributes in our RDF, right? They have different idea, impacted occupancy count. They have different kind of things that they're reporting. So bringing these information together is a challenge that we have been working on. And I have to say that, our risk models are still maturing. So that's why it runs a gamut of what kind of information, whether we have detailed location-specific information for various risks. And earlier, Jake had brought up a point about complexity, whether, he mentioned that our ramp applications are complex. There's no doubt about that. And, the objective was to see if we can make, can cut through some of this complexity. And my take on it is that with these templates, the answer is no. And the answer is no because, for example, for the detailed risk that we seem to be very focused on, for example, wildfire, the information is already available, it's already out there in an even more detailed manner, and it's updated every year as opposed to a ramp filing, which is updated every 4 years. So more detailed, updated information are already available out there. Putting this information out is as best redundant, as worse it could be just confusing the picture because now you have 2 sets of information you need to deal with. And then number 2, also it kind of puts perhaps a false lens lens on the information that we're providing, because as Dan mentioned, as Semper mentioned, as we ourselves mentioned, the further out in time we go, the less and less project-specific information that we have, right? And anything that we have in these templates, it's going to be very uncertain. So that uncertainty doesn't help the picture in terms of trying to figure out what are driving the selection and prioritization of our projects. In fact, like I can't remember, the gentleman from Turn mentioned earlier that yeah, we don't have that information 4 years, 7 years out ahead of time. So anything we're putting out there, is just pure trying to put something for the sake of putting something out there. And then I guess to my last point, which is basically that we're kind of concerned that this is going way beyond the intention and the requirements of the RAMP and the RDF, right? Because we were, the requirement there is to calculate cost benefit ratios on a tranche by tranche basis, on a tranche level basis. And there's good reason for doing that. We already mentioned earlier, we do that because in some cases, we don't know what the projects are going to look like 4 to 7 years ahead of time. But we can look at generally basic, on a tranche level, we have the data available on a tranche level. We can isolate the risk into these tranches, and we can look at that information available and tranche level and think about what the mitigation should be at a tranche level 4 to 7 years ahead of time. So now it seems like with these templates, we're kind of self-imposing a requirement to have project level cost benefit ratios, project level RSEs or cost benefit ratios. And, that's just way beyond what we can accomplish right now, number one. And I think it goes way beyond the requirements of the RDF. I think Wendy mentioned earlier on that Edison provided some information, circuit level information on a project by project level, circuit level information for their wildfire risk, right? And then, so this is another take on the complexity thing. Wendy also mentioned that wasn't also that useful because it was a lot of information that was provided. So once again, all these kinds of concerns kind of lead us to have very grave reservations about this template.
Thanks, Vincent. A couple clarifications. I believe that Wendy was noting that the level of granularity was at the circuit segment level and not at the project level. Is that right, Wendy?
Yes. Sorry, my bad. Yep.
Yes, right. That's correct.
And also, regarding the issue of complexity that Jake was mentioning, he's not here anymore, I don't believe. I think he had to head out, but I believe he was talking about the complexity overall of the modeling itself, and that in some ways, more data can actually provide greater clarity on how that model is being implemented and being used. I'm not certain that what he meant was that more data necessarily increases the complexity of the decision-making process. But I understand the point about more data being, it does add a degree of difficulty for an analyst. And I think that we can have further discussion about whether or not the templates help to, I guess, organize the data in a way that's useful for an analyst. I'm happy to hear if any thoughts about that as well.
If I could, this is actually where I would like to jump in.
Yeah, go ahead, Elijah.
I think that's actually a very good point that you bring up in terms of, yes, the ramps and risk models are very complex, and it is hard to follow from start to finish. And that was, we get where Cal Advocates is coming from with this. But in practice with their actual templates, while we didn't provide the actual information, we did side by side what we have. I would like to point out that they have certain columns that would require multiple numbers side by side, other columns that would require paragraphs that are repeated for, if you're doing mitigation level, 100 plus times. If you're doing project level, it might be thousands of times the same paragraph that you could read just once in our actual RAMP filing. So in terms of reducing complexity, this template is just not hitting it, I don't think. If they want data extracted specifically, I think it would be more beneficial just to look through what the RAMP submittal is saying. And I do want to highlight actually the transparency proposal, which I prefer to just call it transparency proposal over PG&E. For one, we went over it in workshop 1. We heard very little feedback then. SCE used it. As they mentioned, they did not have any feedback. And I would like to point out actually that we did not come up with that transparency proposal ourselves, to be more or less honest. It was born from Turn's original, hey, fill out this spreadsheet because we really want to know the numbers better. We need a better representation of it. And in doing that, we realized, hey, we could actually make it so that you could auto-generate what Turn is doing via this pivot table and also provide significantly more layers of information. So rather than now putting this transparency proposal as one already existing requirement that we're going to have to output, it's also now asking, if we were to move forward with this, to shift paragraphs of information from submittal that in many cases would only need to occur once into basically rearranging the actual writing of submittal to be in a spreadsheet that is also repeated numerous times. And I guess for me, that is very unwieldy. It does not reduce complexity. And I don't see it as solving any sort of problems that are in the objectives of Cal Advocates on slide 16 of 15. To me, it really is trying, as kind of Vince indicated, trying to work into setting up requirements to push projects into over mitigations to try to rewrite the risk framework without having to explicitly tackle what the requirements are.
Okay. Katie, did you want to respond to that?
I was just going to note quickly regarding the Turn's transparency proposal was brought up, and I just wanted to highlight that Turn hasn't endorsed PG&E's transparency proposal, and we have concerns that it hasn't captured everything, but I'll take that it was inspired by ours.
Understandable, yes. I was not meant to imply your endorsement, but yes, it was definitely inspirational in that sense.
Okay. Fair enough. I was wondering, Katie, that do you see the connection, I guess, between the or does anybody at Turn see the connection between the transparency pilot and the template that's being discussed here?
Loosely. I mean, I think that my understanding of what Cal Advocates is asking for is reporting, whereas I think the transparency pilot, from my perspective at least, was about replicability of the utility, risk modeling and decision making, and being able to have the inputs, the assumptions, the pieces, so that we could potentially vary it and test it internally. And my understanding, and I don't want to speak for Cal Advocates, but it's a little bit different. It's about reporting some of the outcomes of that potentially. So
yeah, that's great. And actually, does anybody from Cal Advocates want to weigh in on this particular aspect? If you're still here.
No, I just want to say I agree with what Katie said. That's exactly true. Exactly the difference that we saw between the transparency proposal and our templates.
Okay. All right. Was there any other responses that Cal Advocates had to the discussion that we've had so far? Or?
I can chime in on some of the things that we heard on the other topics that were discussed or questions raised. Was I want to just kind of reiterate, this is not intended to be prescriptive about how a utility would do its own analysis or come up with its own means for, for example, whether it's mitigation effectiveness or any of the other columns that are part of there. It's more a matter of bringing it and being able to have that information consolidated and available in terms of if there were fields that were duplicated, with the same information from cell to cell. I guess I don't feel that that's too big of a problem because, it's a spreadsheet. We can easily, sort, filter, what have you. However, one thing is, this is intended to be at the project level. If something's at a programmatic level where, it's not discernible how one project is different from another because they're putting in the same information, then that's a concern because, a key benefit of this is being able to understand the mitigation programs that we would see in the ramp and that would ultimately be fed into the GRC. And there can be a wide variation between, as we discussed earlier, between the risk that it's mitigating, the risk reduction, the cost benefit ratio. To average all those numbers together becomes less useful. It almost becomes a point of like, how can a party or the commission be able to assess this proposal because it's averaged and there can be wide variation. And a key benefit of all of this is be able to understand, well, what's being prioritized, understand that this is at the top of the list. This needs to be implemented first. And where does that fit into the schedule? I heard discussion about, when you go off into the future, at the end of, a general rate case that follows the ramp, some of those are less well defined at the beginning. And that's clearly understandable. But, a lot of these programs do have to be initiated well in advance. There's permits that might be required. It needs to be estimated, looking at resources that will need to be required to implement a risk mitigation project. There's a lot that must be done, from my understanding, well in advance of when a project gets implemented. And then implementation may take years. It makes sense that utilities are doing this and that it will be less certain as the further you go out in the future. But similar to the other reporting mechanisms like the WMPs, this would be updated annually. And so this information would become more certain as time goes on. So that's understandable. We're that things will be less certain in the future. But it's to be able to have that information reported and discernible at the project level. And then I think there was a mention that, yes, some of this data is reported elsewhere. There's a lot of data that may be reported in WMPs. But the purpose of, one of the key purposes of this template is to consolidate it, bring it in an understandable way so that the commission can assess it and not be looking, over here or over there to try to pull that data together. It'd be like, okay, it's available. Who would be best informed in order to bring that information together for the commission than the utility? And so just bring that information together. And I would imagine that the utility is kind of already doing that itself. So, there were several comments. I don't know if I covered all of them, but I wanted to just kind of bring those responses out.
Okay, thanks, Chris. And it's created some raised hands. So go ahead, Vincent. I think you were up first.
Well, I just wanted to mention a reminder once again that, the requirement for tranches is they have these homogeneous risk profiles, right? Mm-hmm. So it's not like all projects are, you won't be able to get a sense of the kind of risk that we're addressing by looking, that each project is going to look entirely different. The reason that they're in a tranche is because they have a similar risk profile. So that was the whole point about tranching, right? So that you don't have to look at thousands of individual level information. You can aggregate them in a way that makes sense. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. Elijah, did you want to follow up on
that? Yeah. I actually wanted to shift to, Chris stated this is an annual requirement, which is to me outside of ramp, just start that off, which is meant to precede the rate case. So really wanted to bring up, would like some clarification as to whether this is RMR, an annual portion, or considered to be part of the ramp, which is what I thought we were trying to address here. And I guess I also am a little bit confused about, honestly, the use of the word consolidation here in terms of we've been told if you don't have the data, don't provide it. We've also been told if you are starting to make something, just assume the rest and make it up. We've also been told it's not prescriptive. It's kind of hard to figure out where exactly we're supposed to be landing here. And I think also Chris actually brings up a point, but it's being reflected in the wrong direction in terms of, yes, these projects take numerous years to try to lead up to it. It would effectively imply that, again, with us looking 7 years out, that we need to start working on our next GRC. I'm not talking about the one that, test year 2027. We would right now need to be working at our 2031 GRC in order to be able to provide useful information in this template for the next ramp, because we need to start the project planning phase now in order to have adequate information to be able to put it into the way the template is outlined. So I really don't see it as consolidating. I see it as asking us to make a lot of assumptions, asking us to walk back a lot of years in order to be able to have something useful, but then also, give up accuracy in order to be able to answer the question, but leave it blank also if you just don't have it. It just feels a little bit I'm not sure where I'm being directed to do.
So one quick thing, I just wanted to note that the scoping memo highlights that the discussion could include past, current, and projected progress on all risk mitigation programs. So if there's a question about scope, feel free to definitely bring that up in comments and replies. I understand the concern, but we can probably focus on some of the other topics that you brought up just now. And Chris, before I ask Dan to jump in, did you want to reply to some of the comments here from PG&E?
Sure, although if you want to let Dan go next, and then okay, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan. Oh, Dan took his hand down.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say I'll make it brief since Elijah covered some. I just want to say I was also concerned when I hear an annual reporting requirement, and it's not clear who is reviewing these. What date is it due? Like, to just put out an annual reporting requirement, there needs to be a significantly larger discussion than, once again, what we thought this would focus more on, like a quote unquote work paper type template for ramp. But once again, I think that if this is applicable to the RMAR, it's starting a discussion that we're going to have in phase 4. And I do believe the RMAR requirements will be a healthy discussion among all parties as to figure out how to do that type of analysis. So starting that discussion early is fine, but I just do think it needs to be done in a larger context with the entire RMAR report in consideration. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Sounds good. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. The RMAR, I believe, is in the next phase of this. This is data that is we need now. In fact, I would suggest that we needed it yesterday. This is a kind of information that we need to capture now. We now have a cost-benefit ratio concept that's come out of the most recent RDF decision. We can all learn from each other by starting to provide this information. I heard, discussion about, well, if we don't have it, don't provide it, make it up. No, we wouldn't want, so we certainly wouldn't want anyone to make up anything, but to the extent that they can project it or give it its best guess or best information at the moment, that would be useful. And in looking at the responses that utilities gave in their, rather than fill in the example values that we were hoping to obtain, but they did provide comments, it does look like there's a variation. Some operators have some of the information, other operators don't have the information. And so if the utility or operator doesn't have the information, then they would not be able to provide it. But it also provides visibility in terms of what utilities do have compared to each other. In that sense, it becomes more of a understanding of what's possible, perhaps what could be considered a best practice. So having this information is important, to the extent that an operator has it. If they're developing it, they could, mention that as well. But I think having that in a single place, and, it seems like Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety, I mean, they get updates on WMPs on an annual basis. They revise their guidelines, is my understanding, for what gets reported on an annual basis. So these kind of things are possible, and it's possible for the commission. And with things evolving quickly, we would all benefit from having this information now, not wait for, a further discussion with what possibly might be available for the RMR, but have this information available for the tough decisions that the commission has to make now, that utilities have to make now in planning out the future. And so this intended to be an annual update, have a snapshot, it's just disclosure of information, and then be able to move forward with that in both the ramp, and since the ramp informs the GRC, now we have that for the GRC. So I would hopefully would not want to delay getting any of this information available for the decision makers to be able to understand today what's happening and where things are headed. And, ultimately, I think there's going to be, proposals coming forward for the next 10 years. And so to the extent utilities have whatever they're thinking of for the next 10 years, I mean, having information into the future is going to be useful for the commission to understand how things are evolving. And like I mentioned already, though, I don't think anyone's expecting that the plan 10 years from now is as solid as the plan that's happening, next year. Yeah, that's completely understandable. And I think I covered most of the things.
Yep.
Okay.
I see Dan's hand up. I did kind of want to shift us a little bit, Dan, but do you have something quick that you wanted to say?
No, we can continue if I can bring it up later if need be. So feel free.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to bring up a question because I do kind of want to spend a little bit of time looking at the different variables and giving folks a bit of time to respond to some of the discussion that's already been developed on the different variables in the template. But first, before we did that, I think that there's a discussion that needs to continue to happen about the rows. And I wanted to ask Eric Borden if he could bring up that question about project level again. Could you just remind us real quick about what your question was about the definition of project and your concern about it?
Yeah, I was just concerned that, I don't know if it's a concern, more of a question that if they are really asking for specific projects or if it's a more general forecast question, particularly when we think about GRCs. It's just often the case that utilities will have costs and plans and whatever else, but not specific projects. So it could be more of a language thing than anything else.
And Chris, did you guys already have an idea of how project was intended to be defined within the template? And I assume that it would need to be broad enough to cover the various different types of risks that are addressed within a ramp application.
So we did not try to come up with a very constricting definition for what a project was. I think that the key concern, the key issue that we are trying to have the template address is that when things are looked at the program level, where the risk reduction is averaged over many different projects, where the cost benefit ratio can have wildly different figures for doing one project versus another, or even the effectiveness of a mitigation is averaged over many projects. That information is somewhat interesting, but I I don't see it as being practical in terms of, the commission being able to assess proposals because it's done at such a high level. And so the intent was, I just have to imagine that utilities divide this up into projects. They have to work out timelines and schedules. And, and so they need to schedule those projects, whether it's undergrounding, a certain circuit segment, or doing a cover conductor on a certain segment, or doing a pipeline replacement, or an upgrade in its cathodic protection system. That there's a lot of project level things that get scheduled, estimated, and then get assessed by the utility to determine we're going to put this into our plan and into our budget and into our proposal to the commission. So the intent was that this would be at the level that the utility might be scheduling this and be able to have that, clear, and then have it so that we can understand, okay, this is the risk reduction from this project. This is the cost benefit ratio for this project. This is where this project ranks in terms of overall project level risk assessment. And so having that information is intended to solve the problem with not having really useful information, I guess, or as useful information when everything is lumped and averaged into a program at programmatic level.
So the one thing that I would just suggest is that there's not a definition of project within the RDF as it currently stands. So I would at least recommend that Cal Advocates come up with a kind of a clearly defined but it needs to be flexible language that would be integrated into the RDF should the commission decide to address this in the form of a template. Does that make sense? Yeah, go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, I was just going to highlight that I think that the idea of the discussion of project is also occurring, outside of the SMAP venue as well. It kind of at a high level, but I think we need to make sure that whatever definition we have is consistent with, the WMP, with the SB 884 plans, with everything else, and within the GRC. So.
Yep, that's a good point. Go ahead, Eric.
Thanks. I want to add that I do think information that's often not provided at all in our GRC is, or it's only provided at a very high level, is what has been done in the past to mitigate risk. So I do think, particularly because looking back, you will have, however you define a project, you will have specific project information. You will have unit costs and potentially some information on mitigation effectiveness and things like that it was experienced in the past. So I think that would be a helpful addition to introduce immediately, like, what have you been doing? We're getting to the point where we're multiple, particularly for gas, but for other areas too, even wildfire, we're multiple GRCs in of mitigating risk, yet we only ever look forward. There's always more risk to mitigate. So like, what have we done so far would be helpful information.
And to a certain extent, if I understand what you're saying, is that the past projects can also help with structuring what a definition of a project might be as well. Does that seem to?
It could. I think. Yeah, I think it's probably more clear, honestly, because as I understand it, the utilities will, have their own definitions when they actually go out and do work. Like, we're going to build this work to this little code, and this is the project. And so I think probably some of that ambiguity will be alleviated when we look backward.
Yeah, okay, great. I saw Dan put his hand down, so maybe I'll go back to Chris real quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in with what Eric was just pointing out, which I think is really important, is so the templates do look for including information on mitigation effectiveness, and that would be something that would be, it would be both projected, but also looking at to see what has occurred in the past. And, going back in time when the commission began the whole process of integrating risk into its general rate cases, the commission worked with, a consulting company, a couple of consulting companies, including Cycla Consulting, I believe it was, and the commission, I believe, settled around a process called the Cycla risk model. And, that was like a loop, of steps for risk assessment and management. And I think towards the end of the loop, it was evaluating the effectiveness of the mitigation. And that is, I think, almost like step one in forecasting and making proposals for risk mitigation programs that come forward. Utilities can look at the effectiveness of the programs, well, I should say the projects that they've been implementing, and that way they can use that to justify the proposals that is seeking funding and authorization for in the ramp and then ultimately in the GRC. So having that information then is what I think Eric was just discussing, looking backward, having that information available, I think is very, would be top information that the commission and the utilities would be using to develop their mitigation proposals that they're putting forward. So I just wanted to add on to that. I think that that's a key element that is important for the commission to be able to have. And I would imagine utilities would be doing that. If they're looking at proposals, they're going to look and see what kind of effectiveness did they get from the mitigation programs, which may not be that different from what they had last time, and being able to evaluate that in deciding what they're going to put forward in the next ramp and the next GRC.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Dan, I see your hand came back up. Go ahead. I do want to give a few minutes to.
Yeah, no problem. I'll make it quick.
Itself, but go ahead.
I just wanted to make it a note that just to make it seem like we don't take into consideration past or historical data for it, like our mitigation effectiveness values, which we lay out in our work papers already at the sub-driver activity level, which I believe is almost 70 sub-drivers for wildfire. We explain how we came up with that value, and it may have been using 2016 to 2020 information on circuits that were hardened to determine reduces. So we do use that, and we are transparent in the data sources and everything that we have. And so I just want to make it clear that it's not like this would be something new, at least for SCE. We take into consideration historical data projects to determine mitigation effectiveness that we use for forecasts.
Okay, that's good to know. And then to a certain extent, I think that helps us transition then. I just wanted to give us a few more minutes to talk a little bit about, the different variables that are being discussed and requested within the template itself. And I know that the utilities have already had the opportunity to, provide some feedback on this. And I just wanted to see if any of the other interveners had some thoughts or questions about individual variables. So that would be the columns within this template. I mean, I see that we've already talked quite a bit about location. So I think most of my questions or curiosity would be around kind of, the forecasts in the mitigation project selection template and mitigation effectiveness. Is there any thoughts or concerns about what's being asked in here, or any responses to some of the concerns that the utilities have presented? Oh, John, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Jonathan Webster for Protect Our Communities. We were pretty interested in column Z alternatives. the utilities point out, it sort of implies that you're looking for alternatives on a project by project basis, which does seem like it'd be an increase in the like level of granularity that you're looking at those alternatives. So I wonder if Cal advocates could sort of touch on what they actually expect to be in this column, if it would be more of a program level or project level, and just what exactly that would look like.
Thanks, John. Yeah, Chris, or Anna, did you guys have any thoughts about that?
I can jump in. I think utilities do, my understanding is they do look at alternatives. And so, to the extent that information is available, I think it's actually a requirement, but I think to the extent that information is available, then I think that would, to be able to include that. In terms of it being at a program level or a project level, I think that having it at a project level would be far more useful, because there could be an area where, in general, if you were to look at only at a mitigation at a program level, you might decide that a particular mitigation would be chosen over another mitigation because you're looking at it averaging many different things together into one bucket. But if you looked at a specific project, there might be a very strong reason why you would pick one mitigation over another because of that, the circumstances of that specific project. So I would hope that this, it's only one column, but it might require additional information to be able to completely convey the alternative considered. But it would be useful to understand, what is the project, what is the mitigation chosen for this risk in this location. So that's kind of like the answer I would suggest for that.
Greg Flores, go ahead. I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, Eddie, thank you. This is Greg Flores from SoCal Gas. In terms of alternatives, particularly at a segment or a project level, a lot of these decision-making process is very fluid, and it's just, as a part of the normal course of our decision-making. It's not necessarily captured and documented, and it's going to be pretty onerous for us to capture live decision-making as it involves, particularly at that level of detail. I mean, it becomes very circular and onerous for us. So I do have some concerns about that, to taking it down to such a granular level.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how this particular template would necessarily capture a full-blown alternative.
Okay.
Other than maybe, scope, schedule, budget type of alternatives.
And I see we're coming up right on time. Vincent, do you have a quick comment?
Yeah, I think, what we've heard from Cal advocate so far kind of confirms our concerns, which is basically that this is an attempt basically to do away with tranches and report everything at the project level for our risk, right? And there's a good reason why we settle on tranches. Because they recognize the complexity of the problems that we have to deal with. That sometimes going down to that granular level presents a whole host of problems. So here with these templates here, all of a sudden, seems like we've basically thrown those considerations out the window, and we're going to go with the project level descriptions. As far as the alternatives are concerned, as far as alternatives, the requirement is to have 2 alternatives for each ramp risk. So this is basically way beyond the scope of what the RDF envisioned. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
And Chris, I think I'm gonna, or Anna, anybody from Cal Advocates, that, if you have a response to that, that might be all the time that we have for this. I'm imagining that there's going to be a lot of discussion within the comments and replies on the various variables that we have in this template. But yeah, willing to give Chris and Anna kind of a wrap up, an opportunity to wrap up if they would like.
I don't know that we have anything else to add. I think that in regards to what Vincent just said, there is. I think this is to address the objectives that we put into our presentation, and this is to address what I would say is the difficulty that the commission has in assessing projects at this stage. And so this is an opportunity to incorporate solutions to that. And we need it at a granular enough basis to be meaningful and for decision makers to be able to assess this. Both staff, commission staff, other parties, and also I want to go back, is that Anna pointed out that this is a start, and that this is going to be evolving and improved going forward. What's the saying? Don't let perfection come at the cost of progress. And so it's easy to kind of like, maybe raise concerns about issues, but the solution needs to start now. And that way we can be so much further ahead in the near future. And in some ways, this is kind of like what the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety has been doing. I mean, they are so far along with their templates. They revise the guidelines annually. They get reports annually. It'd be like, what can the commission do? Because we're faced, as Anna displayed in one of the first slides there, was this escalation in costs. So this is having a real impact on ratepayers, and that's the domain of the commission. And we need to kind of bring ourselves up to manage this. And so, I just hope that we can start this and then improve it, and just be so much further ahead of the game is our request and hope.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I think that'll round us out for this particular topic today, and I'll let us out for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock to have further discussion on discount rates. So we'll see you all in just about an hour. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Edmund. Russell. Let's give folks a couple more minutes to swing in. Eric, good to see you. And Steve, do you want to do a quick mic check and video check?
Right here.
Great.
Coming through.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks. Okay, I think I'll start us off getting into the end of our lunch break here. We'll go ahead and begin the discussion about discount rates. And there's going to be two presentations from Turn and SPD. We'll have some Q&A after the end of each of those presentations. There'll be brief clarification opportunity at that point. And then we'll have a wider discussion about discount rates at the end. So I think I will let Eric go ahead and start us off. Let me know if you need me to advance the slides, Eric.
Okay. Great, thanks, Eddie. Hello, everyone. My name's Eric Borden. I'm a principal associate with Synapse. been here for about a little bit over a year. You may recognize me. I previously worked for Turn for a little over 7 years and have found a way to continue working with Turn. I'm joined today by my colleague Ben Havumaki, and he may be available to answer some questions as well. Keep going. So a little bit about Synapse. We're based out of Cambridge, Massachusetts, kind of like the Berkeley of Massachusetts, at least as I see it. And we work mainly for public interest and government clients on multiple issues across kind of the regulatory sphere, as well as doing production cost modeling and looking at clean energy development throughout the country and in Canada mainly. Next slide. I'll just go over the agenda, I think the previous one. So today I'm going to provide, so we did write up, Ben and I and others wrote up a paper that was circulated to the service list. Some of this goes over what's in the paper. So I will go over today some background on discount rates, including the distinction between nominal and real discount rates, which we just think is important to kind of tease out and think about before we get too far ahead. Considerations for determining the real discount rate, and then our recommendations for this proceeding. Next slide. Next slide. So just to provide a little primer, I'm sure there's like a range of backgrounds on how much folks have dealt with this issue. But basically, discount rates is a factor that facilitates comparison of monetary values across time. Future values can be adjusted to a present value to reflect the time value of money. A key concept here is the opportunity costs of investment. So one definition of that is return to resources in their most productive application elsewhere. You can also just think of it as what would you earn if you spent the money on a different project. Another key consideration is intergenerational equity. So future ratepayers or the future public, how do we think about how we are valuing the costs and benefits for them? I'll give a really quick kind of Finance 101 example of how discount rates work, just to demystify a little bit. If I have $100 and I'm going to invest it in a 3% savings account for a year, at the end of the year, I'll have $103. I would then say, if my opportunity cost is 3%, and I discount that $103 back at 3%, I get back to $100. So that $100 present value is directly related to the future value of $103. That's your kind of classic Finance 101 example. Next slide. And by the way, folks can feel free to interrupt with clarifying questions. So this becomes increasingly important as either the benefits or the costs go out in time. It's not too impactful for short-term benefits or costs. And so as you see here, the higher the discount rate, the less the value is, the further out in time it goes. And so particularly for, say, capital investments where we expect, benefits of the program to go out, say, even 50 years, the choice of the discount rate is going to make a big difference in terms of what the present value is. Next slide. So I'm going to go over this concept of nominal versus real discount rates. These terms are often like confused, and utilities go about this in different ways. And so I'm hoping to hopefully tease this distinction out a little bit. So the concept of inflation should be distinguished from discounting from other issues related to the time value of money. And so inflation refers to the rate of increase in prices either across the economy or relevant sector. Here, probably we're talking about the utility sector, but it would depend on the analysis you're doing. So at least at Synapse, we try not to use the word discounting when we're referring to adjustments for inflation. That's just how we've dealt with this colloquially. It's not that it's necessarily wrong, but it's easiest. And when we talk about discounting, we're really talking about the real discount rate. And so there's kind of two adjustments that happen when you think about a future value stream. The first adjustment is you adjust future values for inflation. This is often done using a constant or real dollar year, and we do have a recommendation on what year to use for these analyses, so I'll come to later. And then secondly, you apply a real discount rate. So in a lot of our models at Synapse, we kind of do this in two steps. We first say, okay, what real dollar year are we using for this analysis? Let's convert all the future dollars to that dollar year. And now what real discount rate are we using to discount those values further? And that's like a separate consideration or cell. Let me know if any questions, otherwise next slide. So I wanted to talk briefly about one of the documents we reference pretty heavily in our short kind of white paper in this proceeding is the regulatory perspective that was developed in the National Standard Practice Manual. This was developed by Synapse, I think LBNL and other partners. I view it as kind of a supplement to the California Standard Practice Manual. It brings up some considerations that just aren't in the Standard Practice Manual. And one concept that I think is helpful for this proceeding is this notion of a regulatory perspective. You'll notice the traditional perspectives that are shown kind of on the left of this diagram are really what we talk about in the California Standard Practice Manual. And we say, okay, if you're doing this test, this is the perspective you're taking. If you're doing this other test, this is the perspective. The regulatory perspective kind of collapses those and says, look, what is the time preference of the regulator? And this seems particularly applicable to this risk model proceeding where I do view the risk modeling, the benefit cost ratios that we're developing as another type of benefit cost analysis. It certainly doesn't meet any of those traditional tests, right? But it is ultimately we are getting a stream of benefits. Those are discounted, a stream of costs or one cost in the case of an O&M, and you're taking the ratio of those to get a benefit cost ratio. So this is a type of benefit cost analysis where we are saying from our regulatory perspective what types of discount rates are appropriate. So I just wanted to tee up that concept that's brought up in the National Standard Practice Manual, again, as kind of, in a way, a supplement to the Standard Practice Manual in California. Next slide. So when we think about the real discount rate, again, not inflation, but the discount rate after inflation has been accounted for, this shows kind of the range that are considered depending on the time preference that is considered most applicable. So societal discount rates tend to be lower. You are, really taking into account future generations more than if you apply a high discount rate. And kind of the higher end of the range tends to be WAC. Certainly there are higher discount rates that can be applied, but the WAC tends to be towards the higher end of the range, which are applicable to the utilities, opportunity costs, and allowed rate of return for its investments. Next slide, unless Ben wants to add anything or any questions. So this is kind of a way of thinking about, well, what is the right discount rate? And the answer is it kind of depends in a way. You know, these questions tease out, so what is the regulatory perspective, or what is the perspective of the regulator in terms of the value on long-term impacts, short-term impacts, what perspective we're taking, whether it's a ratepayer or utility perspective. And so these are kind of the questions that you can think about as we discuss, you know, what real discount rate is appropriate. And we do have, in a way, a proposal on where the commission should land on that right now. Next slide. So I'll get to our recommendations. We have 4 primary recommendations that we make here. The first is, you know, going back to that nominal versus real, that the constant dollar year or the effective inflation be set to the utilities test year GRC. And I'll go over these in a little bit more detail in the following slides. The second is that utilities should estimate program costs as the present value of revenue requirement. That's particularly applicable to capital programs. Third is that one real discount rate should be applied in both the numerator and denominator, and that ultimately a sensitivity analysis should be utilized to examine the effect of reasonable low and high real discount rates. I'll go over these in a little bit more detail. So next slide. So our first recommendation is, so again, kind of thinking of a 2-step process. Let's deal with inflation and then let's go to the real discount rate. The first recommendation is to set a constant or real dollar year at the utilities test year. This is the year when both costs and benefits to ratepayers begin to accrue. And so hopefully this isn't too controversial. We have seen a mix of how different utilities have dealt with this, but really, you know, this is future value should be kind of de-inflated, I guess, if we don't want to use the word discounting. They should be de-inflated to the utilities test year in their GRC. Go to the next one. The second is that revenue requirement. So the second is that, and I'll preface this by saying utilities have used a range of different kind of methodologies and calculations to estimate costs in the denominator of the RSE or cost benefit ratio equation. Here, and you can't decide what discount rate to use unless you know how utilities are calculating costs or what they're adjusting for when they calculate costs. And so here we'd like to level set that the utilities calculate costs as the present value of revenue requirement. There's a couple of reasons for this. First is that it's just the most accurate way to capture costs that will be borne by ratepayers. Looking at the annual revenue requirement is literally the cost that ratepayers will have to pay. And secondly, it takes away kind of all these different methods that utilities have used for calculating costs. The main thing, though, is that it's just the most accurate way to do it. I would reference folks. So we're not asking that utilities kind of run their RO model for every program, but PG&E we thought employed a good approach in the test year 2023 GRC, where they developed present value factors for different types of plants, different types of capital investments, and would apply that factor using, I think, a 7% discount rate or something, and say, here's what the present value of that revenue requirement is. And so that's a way to, I think, pretty accurately capture the costs of these programs without kind of rerunning the RO model or anything like that. Next slide. The third recommendation is that one real discount rate be used in both the numerator and denominator of the cost benefit ratio. First, it's certainly not standard practice to use different discount rates in benefit cost analyses in the numerator and denominator for the benefits and the costs. And we don't support use of it for the simple reason that it will bias the analysis one way or the other, just based on kind of what discount rate or the difference between the discount rates in the numerator and the denominator. So an example I give of that is that, let's say we have a hypothetical program where the costs and benefits are exactly equal, right? It's illustrative, but they're exactly equal, and we know that. Well, as this table shows, applying different discount rates in the numerator or the denominator will bias the analyses towards whether it's cost beneficial or not. And the main purpose of this exercise and risk modeling and everything else is to compare the costs and benefits directly with each other. And so we don't think introducing bias into that equation is appropriate, because it kind of gets us away from being able to directly compare benefits and costs directly, which is the purpose of the cost benefit ratio that comes out of it. Any questions on that one?
Hi, Eric. This is Steve Hain here from SPD. I actually have a question. I completely disagree with your premise that when the benefit dollar stream equals the cost dollar stream, the cost benefit ratio is equal to 1. I mean, it's going to be a longer discussion. Would you rather I hold off my question to the end before diving into this discussion?
Up to you. I mean, yeah, and I know that you disagree with on this, and I think we should
it's
talk it out.
It's probably going to take a few minutes to discuss this particular topic. Maybe it would be better to have you
well, I only have one other recommendation, and then we can go back to this one. So the final recommendation is really just that we use a sensitivity analysis to tease out, well, what is the impact of a reasonable low discount rate and a reasonable high discount rate. We think this can provide valuable information to the commission. There may be several instances where it doesn't make a big difference, others where it does. And ultimately, as I said, I think the choice of discount rate is, particularly for an analysis like this, where there's multiple different types of benefits that we're considering, there's valid regulatory perspectives that we can think about. And so a more societal one versus a more utility centric or less societal discount rate, I think is worthy of exploration. And so ultimately what we say, and this is also recommended by the U.S. government's Office of Management and Budget, they also run a sensitivity analysis for programs that they're evaluating to determine, okay, how does the discount rate affect our ultimate conclusions here? So I think that was it. Any questions, or certainly we could jump to the discussion of multiple discount rates.
I see that Brian has his hand up. Steve, do you want to hear from Brian first, or do you want to go back to your question?
I would, let's go back to my question first.
Sure.
Go back to that particular slide, please.
Yes.
So here, your hypothetical example, a 10-year program where the costs and benefits in each year are exactly the same. So I'll give you a counter example, and you conclude that the cost benefit ratio under this hypothetical example is 1. And I'll give you an example that argues against this conclusion. Warren Buffett, the famous investor, is known for giving each of his family members $10,000 a year at Christmas time. So he liquidates his portfolio of holdings that earns a certain rate of return. Let's say that his average rate of return is 7%. So he liquidates every Christmas. He liquidates a certain amount, $10,000, and he gives it to his family member. Each family member receives that identical revenue stream in the numerator. Okay, this cost benefit ratio analysis. So in the numerator, each family member receives the same identical revenue stream as the amount liquidated from the portfolio by Warren Buffett in the denominator. Now, each family member is probably not going to invest that money in Warren Buffett's portfolio. So they will have different opportunity costs. It's very unreasonable to expect his family members to have identical opportunity costs as Warren Buffett. So even though the revenue streams are identical, the present values, the discounted values, are going to be vastly different because they each have their own opportunity costs and discount rates. Now, from an outside observer's perspective, let's say my perspective, I look at whether or not Warren Buffett should liquidate that asset. It depends on what the family member can earn on the $10,000. If he puts that $10,000 to good use, that earns way above what Warren Buffett can get from his portfolio, then it would probably make a lot of economic sense. But if, on the other hand, that family member just puts it in the savings account, it does nothing, earning 0.5% a year, it probably doesn't make good economic sense from a cost benefit ratio perspective. So the idea that it's just because the revenue streams in the numerator and the revenue stream in the denominator are identical there's no way does it imply that the cost benefit ratio must be equal to 1. This is a fallacious assumption.
Well, it's an interesting and good example of where, each of those family members do have different opportunity costs and discount rates. I think here we are evaluating programs from, I would argue, the perspective of ratepayers, right? We're evaluating, do the benefits of these programs, are they greater than the costs? And then how much, how does that compare with other programs where you have benefits and costs? Now, ratepayers have, every ratepayer has a different discount rate. So does that mean that we should, and ultimately we're deciding how should we think about the future value streams for costs and benefits as they impact ratepayers, and what are the best investments? If we decide, as we see in this table, to say, well, certain values in the numerator, and by the way, various values in the numerator could also theoretically have different discount rates. But the overall point for me is that the point of this exercise is to evaluate the benefits and the costs of these programs to ratepayers And the best way to do that is not to influence the analysis with, or not to, you know, particularly bias the cost benefit ratio one way or the other by choosing a lower discount rate, say in the numerator than the denominator, but to decide, well, how do the monetary benefits compare with the costs? So that's why, you know, while I don't disagree that different people have different discount rates, I you know, I disagree that that particularly in this context, it's appropriate to use different ones. And I would just note in energy efficiency where they've been doing various types of analyses on cost effectiveness. You know, yes, it's different than here, but they certainly don't apply different discount rates in the numerator and the denominator.
I would argue that using this, forcing the same discount rate on the numerator and the denominator actually produces bias, because okay, let's talk about cost benefit ratio. Cost benefit ratio refers to in the cost benefit ratio in the numerator, those are the beneficiaries of the cost of the benefits. So those, I refer to those as the beneficiaries. In the denominator, the entity that's funding the benefits are the benefactors. So in the numerator, you have the beneficiaries. In the denominator, you have the benefactors. They each have different opportunity costs at which they are indifferent to the outcomes. To force one entity's interest rate on the other will produce a present value that's not based on indifference. And that totally violates the concept of present value. You would end up producing a nonsensical present value that has no physical interpretation. And it just gives if the present value has no physical interpretation, it's a meaningless, nonsensical term, so will be the cost benefit ratio analysis.
So somehow you're saying that the numerator is relevant to ratepayers and the denominator is not. The denominator is only relevant to utilities. And
but
I don't let me just
finish your thought first. Finish the sentence first.
This is good. We should do like a podcast on discount rates. So and I think where I disagree that those value streams in the numerator and denominator are those are both relevant to ratepayers because the utility costs will be borne by ratepayers, right? And so certainly I'm not saying there's no argument that, you know, that using WACC and thinking about what utility opportunity cost is appropriate. And in fact, I've made that argument before. At the same time, the costs borne in the denominator, that revenue requirement, is borne by ratepayers, just as the benefits are borne by ratepayers, or will be experienced by ratepayers.
Before we go much further with that, how about we let Brian ask his question, and hopefully it'll dovetail with the discussion here.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. So I just have one question, just clarifying. So Eric, I'm glad you pointed out the standard practice manual, but it does allow two different views in the numerator denominator. So it does have a different implied discount rate in the numerator and denominator. That's true for the participant test, the REM test, the TRC, the PAC test. So I just want to make sure
it's not applied that way, is my understanding.
I think we can look at it if we want to, and maybe we'll provide it in comments. But you know, it is in the numerator states that here's the NPV for all participants or societal values, and then a denominator, it's the levelized annual revenue requirement. So I just want to be cautious about when we talk about the SPM. But I'm glad you brought it up because it is the construct that we have in our head as well.
Yeah. So look, my understanding is that the same discount rate is used in the numerator and the denominator for efficiency evaluations. And And I've just never seen one that uses different. Now, I am not saying that it is like, I haven't seen literature that it's completely wrong to ever do this, right? What I am saying is that I do think it's inappropriate, particularly in this context where these benefits will be experienced by ratepayers, the cost will as well. And the point of this is to see, well, you know, if we can really monetize these benefits and certainly and compare them to the costs, how do they compare? You know, adopting it's kind of nonsensical to me to get positive cost benefit ratios just because we adopted a lower discount rate in the numerator. Like, I'd rather it be because the program actually provides more benefits and costs.
But if we adopted a lower discount rate in the numerator, it's because that's the appropriate opportunity cost for the numerator, not because someone just plucks a number out of thin air to massage the numbers, to massage the cost benefit ratio. There has to be a rhyme and reason, a justification for whatever is the appropriate opportunity cost to discount the numerator. I mean, what I'm hearing from Turn is somehow it implies that the utility is just plucking some number out of thin air to massage the numbers, which is not the case here.
So I'm not saying it's out of thin air, it's considered, but there can absolutely be reasonable arguments for a range of discount rates, particularly in an analysis like this where you have different perspectives that you're thinking about. And so the notion that there is like, well, I'll leave it at that. I mean, I don't disagree with you that there are different opportunity costs and different discount rates for different entities and different perspectives. Ultimately, though, what's done from a practical perspective is you pick one that's reasonable and you compare benefits and costs.
I see that Greg Flores has his hand up, and so maybe we could let him reply real quick.
Yeah, just briefly. Thanks, Eddie. So I enjoyed this conversation. I think one of the challenges, though, is that the premise that is made that benefits are like any other monetary value. You know, by having the benefits monetized, it's kind of seems a little strange to me to apply the same discount factor as we would to costs, which are obviously in the dollar format. So in other words, it would be meaningless to discount a fatality, for example. So hence why, you know, and we'll get into it in Steve's presentation later, I'm kind of more inclined to be more receptive of applying a composite of varying discount rates to each of the benefit attributes. And additionally, you know, the risk of loss is not always borne by the ratepayers. You know, for example, the ratepayers didn't fund PG&E's wildfire trust. So just a couple comments. That's all I have.
Although what I remember is that shareholder costs are supposed to be outside of these analyses. But look, I understand that. I actually agree that there could be a range of discount rates that may be deemed reasonable. But there's also, you could say, put that in the numerator too, right? And you know, really the fundamental question here is not what is the discount rate, it's how do costs compare with benefits. And so that would be more my kind of bias towards making sure the overall analyses are giving us the most useful information versus other considerations.
We still have another 10 minutes available for questions before we move on to Steve's presentation, if anybody has anything they'd like to add.
We can
No?
continue debating this during Steve's presentation too.
Sure, yes. Steve, if you'd like to move forward, we could go ahead and have you start your presentation
Sure.
just a few
All
minutes
right.
early.
Hold on a second. Okay, go ahead.
Great.
All right. So Eddie Schmidt here, our moderator, circulated a staff proposal that I prepared to the service list. I hope you've all, the proposal was on the treatment of discount rates and cost benefit ratio analysis as that is applied to RAMP and GRC proceedings. And I hope that you have all had a chance to read that and familiarize yourself with it. The staff proposal attempted to answer 4 questions. One, what is time discount? To answer what is time discounting and how to discount the terms in the cost benefit ratio as used in the GRC and the RAM proceedings. Question 2 was whether or not the same discount rate must be used for both the numerator and the denominator of the cost benefit ratio. The third question was, if they don't, the third question was what interest rates should be used to discount the different terms in the cost benefit ratio. And the fourth question was, should the commission authorize the IOUs to vary their use of different discount rates by mitigation? Next slide, please. So before I dive into the discussion, it would be very instrumental to have a common understanding of what time discounting is. And I came up with this definition. If you search the internet for a definition of time discounting and present value, you'll not see this definition because they typically refers to things like what is a dollar today is worth $1 tomorrow. They don't go into this level of detail. I decided to borrow concepts from economics and utility theory in order to give a fuller understanding of what time discounting is, as that concept is applied to the RAMP and GRC proceedings. And in my definition, time discounting, or simply discounting, is a method of expressing a subject's indifference between time-dependent outcomes at 2 different times by considering the subject's opportunity cost for delaying the realization of the outcomes. Now, there are 4 essential elements in this definition. The first one is that there has to be a subject. A subject is often implied. When we talk about present value, the subject is often implied and not explicitly stated, but rest assured that there is a definite subject. There has to be a definite subject, otherwise the concept of discounting doesn't make sense. And secondly, there has to be a value to be discounted. Again, without a value, then the present value concept doesn't make sense. Thirdly, there has to be an opportunity cost tied to that particular subject. It is not someone else's opportunity cost. It is not a general opportunity cost, but it's an opportunity cost which is tied to that particular subject. And fourthly, there has to be the concept of indifference. The subject is indifference between receiving $1 today versus receiving $1 today plus the opportunity cost. Without the indifference, the concept of present value and time discounting doesn't make sense in this context, in the RAM and GRC context. Next slide, please. So to summarize, if any of these 4 essential elements are missing or are violated, the discounting process is no longer economically valid. So if the subject is no longer, so for example, if you force an opportunity cost that does not belong to that subject onto the subject, then it can no longer be said that that subject is indifferent between the two outcomes based on his own opportunity cost. And if the present value is no longer based on indifference concepts, then the present value is nonsensical, and the resulting cost-benefit ratio and the cost-benefit analysis would also be nonsensical and meaningless. Next slide, please. This slide here shows, in the context of the ramp and GRC proceedings, what the cost-benefit ratio looks like. It is defined as the net present value of the monetized value of risk mitigation benefits divided by the net present value of risk mitigation costs. Now, as I stated before, in cost-benefit ratio analysis, there's a numerator. The numerator refers to the beneficiaries of those risk mitigation benefits. The denominator refers to the benefactor, the funder of those risk mitigation benefits. So to make the conversation easier, the numerator refers to beneficiary, the denominator refers to the benefactor. Although some of you probably would have a difficult time accepting that the utilities are benefactors. So the numerator term risk mitigation benefits is defined as safety improvement plus reliability improvement plus financial impact reduction. And as you all recall, in this SMAP OIR proceeding, rulemaking 20-07-013, phase 2 decision 22-12027, the safety and reliability terms were monetized to make the cost-benefit ratio concept easier to understand. However, it's important to note that although that decision monetized the safety and reliability terms, those two terms are fundamentally non-monetary terms. There's no actual dollar value in any account. So it's not like a utility or the ratepayer or anybody can just take a phantom dollar and invest it in a stock market, for example, to earn a rate of return on it. So there's no value. Going back to the definition that I proposed for time discounting, there has to be a value. In this case, there's no actual value, no real monetary value to discount. So the opportunity cost, you could either say that opportunity cost is 0, or you cannot apply an opportunity cost to it. So those two terms are very different from the other terms in the cost-benefit ratio. The safety term is tied to the value of statistical life. So the safety improvement is reduction in the number of lives lost plus injuries. And those terms are fundamentally non-real dollars. They are equivalent dollars, but not real dollars. There's no way to invest those phantom dollars into the stock market, for example, to earn a rate of return on it. So there is no opportunity cost associated with those two terms, safety and reliability. Next slide, please. And so with all that has been said so far, I summarize in this table the concepts. In the first column here, you see the risk attributes. Brian, you have a question? A quick question I can answer right now?
Yeah, so thanks, Stephen. I think I'm following along with you. I do have a question on this slide about the financial reductions in impact. So knowing that those financial impacts are generally not utility impacts or utility borne, would they not could we not assume just the same effective rate for those? Given that, for instance, when I'm capturing, I'm assuming a wildfire would burn a house, right? I'm just going to make an example. It's not like the utility is providing that money back. That's insured money, you know?
I disagree with that. Ultimately, it's going to be utility borne because a victim of a wildfire, public at large, is going to sue PG&E for a certain amount of money, and that's going to be reflected in settlement or any type of jury awards. So it's going to be ultimately reflected in as a cost to the utility. And if it's a cost to the utility, it's going to be funded through the utility's financing structure based on the WACC.
Or is that true for insurance? Is that true under AB 1054? I'm just playing this out a little bit.
Well, I don't think there's going to be a 100% 100% one-to-one correspondence, but I think largely speaking, this is true that the financial term is ultimately going to be the thing is going to be the financial impact on the utility, even on the insurance premiums. Insurance premiums on general liability and property and casualty insurance is around the loss ratio is about anywhere from 70 to 80%. So in other words, for every $100 million in premiums, let's say $10 million in premiums that the utility pays out, the insurance company on average pays out only 70 to 80%. So the loss, so it's pretty close to 100%. So in other words, the financial impact is mostly reflected in on the utility rather than to the public at large.
But couldn't you say the benefits accrue over time and the time value of that asset is more aligned with inflation or the housing inflation than utility WACC?
But the utility WACC is a nominal rate. It already captures inflation effects. It's not a real rate. It's a nominal market rate that embeds in it inflation rate. That's
And a whole
that's a concept that Eric Borden talked about earlier. The WACC is a nominal rate. It's not a real rate.
Yeah, there may be a different benchmark, but we can talk about this more. This is the question that I had on this slide, but thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so going back to what I said earlier, this slide here summarizes the concept so far. Each column, so you have the safety on the left-hand column, you have the risk attributes and the sub-attributes in the cost-benefit ratio. The terms, the first four terms in beige or pink are the terms in the numerator. Safety reductions in fatalities and safety reductions, serious injuries, and reliability reductions in electric outages, and the financial term reductions in financial impact. Those are the terms in the numerator. Mitigation costs are in the denominator. The second column here refers to which parties benefit from those actions. And I refer to those as either beneficiaries or injured parties, or in the case of mitigation costs, a more proper term is the benefactor or the utility. Now, for the safety reductions, there is not just one group that benefits from the safety reductions, but there is a group that is the dominant group, and it's the society at large that benefits from those safety improvements. It is not the utility, it's not just the utility ratepayers, it's not just members of the public, but it's really society at large. And the reason why it's not just ratepayers is that anybody from outside the utilities territory can come into the utilities territory and get injured if the utility doesn't perform, doesn't operate safely. So you can't just limit the concept to utility ratepayers, nor can you limit the concept to the utility. So a more appropriate beneficiary, the dominant beneficiary, is the public at large, society at large. Now, for the safety term, the monetized value is the value of statistical life, the VSL. And the effective discount rate for the VSL is the reason, and I'll show you this on the discount rate. The effective discount rate for this term, the safety term, is the compounded rate of inflation rates plus the per capita, I should say per capita rather than real growth, per capita real growth rate of wages above inflation, along with the social rate of time preference. Now, remember what I said earlier, these two terms, the safety and reliability terms, are not actual dollar values. There's no real money involved in it, so there's no opportunity cost. The only factor one can apply to this to get the present value is to the adjustment for inflation and the fact that the VSL grows at approximately inflation multiplied by compound inflation multiplied by the compound rate of the per capita real growth rate of wages, along with the fact that the society at large largely prefers safety improvement in the present versus delayed improvements of safety in the future. And SCE presented a paper, cited the paper, I should say, they didn't present it. They cited a paper that discussed this concept, where the social rate of time preference is 3%. Now, the same can be said for serious injuries. So let's move on to the reliability term, the third row. Again, it's the society at large, the public at large, that's the primary beneficiary of improvements in reliability. And again, I don't have the exact data here, but this probably will require further discussion to tease out what the proper growth rate is for the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratories ICE calculator. I anticipate that the ICE calculator will give a rate that grows at approximately the inflation rate and the real growth rate of wages. The real growth rate of wages above inflation is really just the productivity gain in society. In American society, it ranges roughly, on average, productivity gain is in the range of 0.5% to 1%. So if you, I actually went to the DOT website to look at some historical VSL values that they published on the DOT site. And I used the historical inflation rate and a 0.75% per capita real growth rate of wages, and I compounded those two terms together. It actually matches fairly closely, not exactly, but fairly closely to the VSL figures published by the DOT. So that kind of speaks to, at least in a normative way, the validity of this approach. And then the financial term, as we discussed, I just discussed with Brian Laundrie, is really the impact. Largely, it's the impact on the utility. So therefore, the proper way to discount that term is the utility's weighted average cost of capital, the WACC. Now, if you go to the mitigation cost term, the last term on this page here, it is funded through the utility, but the utility funds the mitigation costs programs, the programs and the costs and therefore the appropriate discount rate is the utilities WACC. Next slide, please.
Steve, before we jump to
Oh,
the
yeah.
next slide, Eric's had
Oh,
his hand up.
Eric has a question. Yeah, Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, just on this slide, isn't reliability, the benefits of reliability are only accrue to ratepayers, or why do they accrue to society at large?
Because there are secondary effects. You can't, I mean, if it were just primary effects, I probably would agree with you, but there is a large uncalculated secondary, tertiary effects from any outage. And those effects do not just affect ratepayers. Traffic accidents, for example, a traffic light goes out and someone gets killed because of the traffic light goes out. That's a societal impact.
Okay. Secondly,
Eric, can I ask a
wouldn't-
follow-on question to that?
Yeah, please.
It's actually probably more for the utilities. Are utilities capturing or estimating secondary cost of outages and reliability failures right now?
If we are referring to the LBNL calculator, the answer is my belief, based on my understanding, my vague understanding of the LBNL ICE calculator, it is not. So this is open for discussion. Yeah, currently the ICE calculator does not capture secondary and tertiary effects.
That's true, but I believe that actually the ICE 2.0 calculator is calculating the impact to, for instance, economic production, and which could, of course, affect the ability to transport goods out of an area that's affected by an outage, or it could reduce production and prevent a company from selling their goods beyond the territory of the utility. But that's true that at present, I don't believe the ICE 1.0 actually does account for that. So it's something that's in development.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt your train of thought, Eric.
All good. And then Steve, you wouldn't disagree that costs are primarily borne by ratepayers, not the utility, right?
I think ultimately it is. Ultimately it is, but ultimately it is. Let me think about it.
I'll just add, I think there's two kind of valid ways of looking at it. The costs are borne by.
Actually, let me. Okay, I do have an answer to that.
Okay.
Yes, ultimately it is, but the utility in funding, in collecting ratepayer money, and funding those projects, they act as a proxy for the ratepayers. So their costs in the short term and in during the duration of the GRC reflects the cost to ratepayers. So if if the utility, it costs the utility 10% to borrow from the stock market to fund that mitigation costs. That cost, that borrowing cost, gets passed on to the ratepayers. So the utilities WACC act as a proxy for the opportunity cost for the ratepayers on those mitigation programs. Would you not agree with that?
I don't agree with that, but I'd say we come back to that. I think there's kind of two valid ways of looking at it. The utility investors, you know, are interested in WACC and do, you know, look at what are our returns going to be and return on equity and all that, which is a function of WACC and also a function of spending. At the same time, all costs are borne by ratepayers. And I think where I disagree is that ratepayers have, as you mentioned, varying opportunity costs or discount rates across them. And so that's part of the difficulty and also the reason why we're saying a range makes sense to look at, because you know, this is really a ratepayer centric analysis, or if you don't like the term ratepayers, we can call it society. But you know, people across society have differing discount rates. Warren Buffett has a different discount rate than I do. And people, you know, ratepayers themselves who bear the costs that utilities that are approved by commissions also have differing discount rates.
But the problem with that perspective is the ratepayers do not have a mechanism for funding utility projects. They can only fund utility projects through the utility actions in the financial market to borrow the cost from the financial markets to fund those projects, and those costs can then get passed on to the ratepayers. So the ratepayers cannot independently as a group fund their own projects, and therefore they don't have their own borrowing costs. Whatever borrowing costs have to be the utilities borrowing costs. So the opportunity cost is of the utility and funding those projects really is the ratepayers' opportunity cost.
I think I agree, which is why I'm saying it, you know, WACC is one perspective, a more societal discount rate is another perspective. I don't think you can say somehow we're all availed of the utilities return on equity and debt. You know, I certainly can't go get that, and I have to pay PG&E, or actually I have to pay Edison bills, right? But yeah, we can come back. I might have another point on that.
I mean, referring to those three terms, I just stated there's no real dollar amounts in an account to apply opportunity costs to safety and reliability and safety and reliability. So those terms are not real dollar amounts.
I want to talk about that point, but we can do that at the end.
Okay, all right. Our next slide, please, Eddie. So the main points of the staff proposal on discount rates is it is very important to identify the subject or the primary beneficiary or benefactor of each term in the cost benefit ratio and use the appropriate opportunity cost that is applicable to that entity, that subject that is tied to any term in the cost benefit ratio. And misapplying the opportunity costs would produce incorrect present values that have no meaning in terms of discounting because it violates indifference. The key concept of present value and discounting is indifference. So if you apply an incorrect discount rate, you violate the indifference concept. Second point is it is okay, and as a result of what has been discussed in the first point, it is okay to have different discount rates for different components of the cost benefit ratio because each term in the numerator and the denominator can have a different subject and its own different opportunity costs. The financial attribute and the mitigation costs terms should be discounted at the utilities adopted WACC. Using an opportunity cost not applicable to the subject or beneficiary would produce a meaningless discounted value and would violate the condition of indifference from the subject's perspective. So anyway, that's it. Oh, next slide, please. Oh, one more. The monetized values of the safety and reliability attributes are not actual dollars and cannot be invested to get a return on their values. And therefore, there is no real opportunity cost one can use to apply to those terms to get a discounted value. You have to apply different ways, the different rates, societal rate of preference, and inflation rate adjustment, and the projected per capita real growth rate of wages to discount those terms to the present. And that applies to the safety and reliability attributes terms. As to the answer to the question of having different discount rates for different mitigation types, I think this question should remain open. It's in order to coordinate this concept with the climate adaptation proceeding. That's it. I think that's it, right?
Yeah, that's the last slide. Oh, actually, you got this last summary, Steve. Yeah.
Sorry. So in summary, so this whole controversy started when, this summarizes what's going on here. This whole controversy over discount rates started when SEMPRA filed its RAM proposal in the 2021 RAM, right? At SEMPRA 2021, yeah. And that was followed by SCE in the 2022 RAM. They each proposed using a 3% discount rate for all the terms in the numerator and a 10% discount rate for the mitigation costs in the denominator. Initially, well, I was in charge of the evaluation of the SCE RAM project. Initially, I agree that a 3% rate should be applied to all the terms in the numerator, and I agree with Turn's position that the denominator should be discounted at the WACC. That was my initial position. However, after further consideration and further analysis, as detailed in this in the staff proposal, I came to the conclusion that a more appropriate way to look at this is to look at each term separately, look at its the primary beneficiary and what's the appropriate opportunity cost and applicable rate to discount those terms. And this is all the more relevant now because initially when SCE and SEMPRA submitted their RAM proposals, the Commission had not yet mandated the monetization of the safety and reliability attributes. But because the Commission released in phase 2 of this proceeding the decision mandating, starting with the 2024 PG&E RAM, that the utilities monetize the safety and reliability terms, I revised the recommendation to what is shown here on the right-hand column, staff proposal. The only real change on my position is on the financial term, whereas previously I agree that the 3% should be applied to the financial term. Now I revise my position and say that instead of the 3% that the utilities sought, proposed to discount the financial term, it should now be the utilities weighted average cost of capital. It is the only appropriate term, at least far more appropriate term than the 3% originally proposed by SCE and SEMPRA. So that's really the only major revision. That's it.
And yeah, I think that's the last slide. We do have a hand actually. Gary Chung, did you want to ask a quick question? Was it on a previous slide?
Yeah, this is Gary from Edison. Could we go back to slide 55, please?
Yeah.
Hi, Stephen. On the second bullet, the last sentence, the commission should adopt common inflation rates and per capita wage growth rates for all IOUs. Is that sentence meant to convey that the commission will tell us what that numerator rate is, or is it the
Yeah,
commission will
that's
tell
my
us what the source is, and then we go ahead and calculate it?
That has not been decided yet. My at least it has not been well articulated yet. My initial preference was for the commission to adopt a real number, but I thought this over, and I think it might be more appropriate for the commission to cite a source, a publication, for example, and prescribe a specific methodology, a formula that says you shall go to that website to pluck out an inflation number, whatever, and plug it into some formula and come up with a number. And that number, if every utility follows that same methodology, should arrive at the same discount rate. So that might be a simpler solution than for the commission to hold a proceeding every year to arrive at a number to apply to all the utilities.
Okay, thank you for that. And then can we go to slide, sorry, one more question, slide 56, the next slide. So I looked at the formula in the footnote. So it sounds like if 3% is.
Hey.
Okay.
Ram, could you please
Okay, I
mute?
thought you meant. No, I'm not on video. Give me 2 minutes.
I'll mute it. Okay.
Okay. So given that 3% or 1 plus 3% is one component of those three components, I guess one could argue that 3% is the floor, right?
Well, let's go back to, and I agree with Eric Borden's presentation, part of his presentation, that that they prefer to treat the discount rate from adjustments for inflation separately, and so the concept is equivalent, but you can look at the inflation rate adjustment and the per capita real growth rate of wages as adjustments for kind of inflation of the VSL, whereas the 3% social rate of time preference is the actual discount rate. But the result is the same, whether or not you look at it separately or together as a compounded effect.
Does that make sense, Gary? Still there?
So are you saying those two components may not necessarily be part of that formula, but may be embedded in perhaps the monetized value?
No, I didn't say they're embedded. No, I didn't say they are embedded. Not in this context.
So maybe just clarify, is this the formula that we would use as the discount rate?
Yes.
So when then the societal rate of this time preference is 3%, so that would be then floor then of this formula.
If you assume that there's no inflation rate, here's the problem. Inflation rate can be negative. I mean, how can you say it's a floor? If the inflation rate is negative and the per capita real growth rate of wages is negative, then it can go below 3%. The compounded annual discount rate can go below what you consider to be the floor of the 3%.
Could it also go above WACC as well?
Possibly, yeah. Depending on the inflation rate and the other two terms and the per capita real growth rate of wages. So if those three terms together produce a compounded rate that can go above WACC, then it goes above WACC. If it goes below WACC, then it goes below WACC.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Eric, you have a question?
Yeah, could you go back to the last slide?
I think that is the last slide, actually.
Or I
Oh,
mean
oh,
the
previous.
previous slide.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I wanted to talk about this point that the first bullet, monetized values are not actual dollars and cannot be invested, so there is no opportunity cost. If that were true, that these are not actual dollars, or that they don't represent actual dollars, then the entire analysis falls apart because they couldn't be compared to costs, right? And so I agree that they can't be invested in the same way that a real dollar can. But when we, let's take one, we could take any example, but say the social cost of carbon, right? This is our best estimate of the impact on society for emissions. And if you say that's not a real impact, then you're not valuing it. And so, I understand that they're not the same type of dollar, but I don't think I make the same distinction here. They are meant to be compared to costs directly. That's what we're doing in the benefit cost ratio. And therefore, we have to decide what the opportunity cost that's represented by them is.
So the one problem with the multi-attribute approach is that it double counts and it triple counts. Safety is not just a safety term. It's not just a safety impact, but the dollar value of the safety impact is reflected in the financial term. It's also reflected to some degree in the reliability term. So if it's not captured, just because I'm saying it's not necessarily captured by the safety term, doesn't mean that it's not captured by the financial term, because this financial term, when the utility pays out a judgment, when someone dies because of the utility's negligence, that financial term in the numerator captures that dollar value reflected in the safety term. So it's not like it's not like the monetized value just vanishes. That monetized value is reflected in the financial term somehow. To some degree, may not be one-to-one correspondence, but it's there mostly.
Well, I think I'm making a different point, but I think my point is that yes, it is each of the benefits, and I'm more talking about. So now we're moving away from the multi-value attribute function and going towards just
Yeah, I mean,
sort of
I know it's
creating dollar values.
I
Right,
understand we moved away from it, but fundamentally, it's still a multi-attribute value concept when you have this.
Sure,
The safety,
and I'm
reliability,
just saying
and
that
financial terms.
I'm just saying that pretending or saying that the dollar benefits are not real dollars and don't have an opportunity cost, I just think degrades or would potentially say, okay, then we can't compare these two things, right?
Well,
and
in
so
the case of to just to kind of briefly answer your question, in the case of carbon costs, there is no. I'm not familiar with that proceeding, but in the case of the carbon costs, I surmise that there is no parallel financial term in the numerator. It's just the carbon costs, right? Whereas in this proceeding with the multi-attribute concept, you do have the financial term to capture that which you think is now missing because I'm not giving it a dollar value to apply an opportunity cost to it.
Okay, I might have a more simple point, which is just that all the benefits in the numerator are in dollars and they're added up and they're compared to the costs. And so we have to decide what makes sense when we add up all those different concepts to apply as the discount rate. And so I don't make as much a distinction between, the sort of the ways that we're creating dollars from the benefits versus the cost. The purpose is to make them as comparable as possible.
But then I have to go back to the definition of what time value of money and time discounting is. I can't just violate the definition to make it convenient to consider the climate terms. To me, it doesn't make sense. I have to, whatever methodology I use has to be truthful back to my original definition of what time discounting is trying to capture. It's trying to capture indifference. And that indifference is tied to an opportunity cost. That opportunity cost is tied to value. If there's no real value, where is the opportunity cost? So I have to be true to my own definition of what time discounting is. And I just can't violate, it doesn't make sense for me to violate the original definition.
Sure. I mean, I agree with most of that. I'm not asking you to violate it. I think my position, just to be clear, is that, I talked about the regulatory perspective. These are costs and benefits that will be borne by and accrue to ratepayers and some of them to society. And so that's the consideration that we're making. How do we think about the future from that perspective?
Don't have any additional hands raised or questions in the chat. We could take a quick break and give people some time to think through some questions and then come back. Does that make sense? Yeah? Yeah, okay. I see Katie shaking her head too. So let's give it 10 minutes. We'll come back at 2:33. And if folks have some additional questions, we can keep going. We also have a series of planning questions that we can go through for some additional feedback. So I'll see everybody in about 10 minutes. Eric, Steve, you guys back?
Steve is back.
Great. See if Eric or Katie are back yet.
I am here. Eric should be momentarily.
Okay, no worries. I'll put the first, just before I switch over to those questions, I'll open it up real quick to see if there's any remaining questions from any of the other parties or the utilities regarding what we've discussed so far. Scott Peterson has his hand up. Go ahead, Scott.
Get off mute. Hi, Eddie. This is for Stephen. When you were talking about escalation rates and you were talking about real growth in wages and inflation, to us, there's even more than that. Like looking at the appreciation of property values, for example, for with wildfire impacts and that kind of thing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Who's speaking?
Thanks.
Oh, hey, I'm on behalf of SDG&E.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, please.
So my question's about escalation rates, and you're looking at inflation and real growth in wages. And if you think about the appreciation in real property, for example, here in San Diego, if you look back over the last 25 years, we've had a growth rate about 6.1% a year in those kinds of values. And I was just curious how you felt that played in your analysis of escalation rates.
I can tell you for the safety and injury terms, the answer is they play no part, obviously. It's just property value. The growth in property value, if there is an impact on the reliability term, for example, one could say secondary impacts of reliability. No, let me rephrase that. Since the reliability term measures customer minutes and the value of customer minutes, those values, I don't know exactly how the ICE calculator escalates its terms. Perhaps it would be a good idea for us to, in future workshops, to invite Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory representative to participate in this workshop. I'm sure we will have further discussions on that. But my belief is it does not play prominently or at all in the escalation of the ICE calculator. So my belief is my initial belief is it does not factor into the customer minute costs, and therefore it shouldn't affect the proposed discount rate for the reliability. And as I stated before, it should not have any impact on the safety term at all.
And what about with respect to financial? I mean, if you had a fire today, for example, you affect X number of structures. 20 years from now, there's going to be structures there that aren't there today. And the ones that are there today that appreciate are going to be appreciating at an average rate of 6.1%.
The financial term in the numerator of the cost benefit ratio has the opportunity cost. That cost is being paid by the utility, and the utility's opportunity. It's entirely based on the utility's opportunity cost of borrowing money through financial instruments of some kind, either borrowing or issuing additional equity, and that's where the WACC comes in. I don't think it's appropriate to, on top of that, tag on the inflation for housing costs, property values. To me, it doesn't make sense at all.
When you're calculating Just a quick follow-up question. When you're calculating the discount rate, is it net to you of escalation?
If you're looking at the WACC is a nominal rate. So that captures both escalation. Escalation largely captures inflation rate, and the WACC is a nominal rate, so it should reflect the escalation costs. Already.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any other hands up at the moment. If you like, we can. Oh no, Jordan Addison, go ahead. And please state who you represent, if you could.
Hey, Jordan Addison from SDG&E. I want to circle back. Greg spoke a little bit about the simple positions on the template, but just wanted to get a little more on the record on that issue. So, fundamentally, just want to say that, obviously we intend to provide data demonstrating how we quantify assessment and mitigation of risk, because we spend a lot of time talking about the mitigation piece, but just want to reiterate that the assessment portion is important as well. Really unchanged from our previous filings where we provided the work papers, responded to data requests, in this new SMAP phase, supporting the updates to RDF and via RAMP, clearly reporting mechanics, data sources for BCR.
Hey, Jordan?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, this was supposed to be about the discount rate. Are you giving a comment about the reporting templates?
Yeah, I'm sorry, because we didn't get anything on earlier, a little more clear.
Yeah.
But I can hold it for the end if you prefer.
I'd prefer that. Yeah, let's
No
stay
problem.
on task just for a second. Thanks. All right. Anybody else have any other questions about discount rates? All right. I'll move us into some of these questions. I'm sure that we've already discussed at length, but and I think most of that discussion has been through Steve and Eric's discussion, but we're also open to hearing from other parties their perspectives on this topic. So I think we've already heard the two perspectives about when calculating a cost benefit ratio, must the same discount rate be used in both the numerator and the denominator. But if any other parties wanted to comment on that particular issue, you're more than welcome to. And I think this question, though, about what are the implications for an IOU's cost benefit analysis that use the same discount rate in both the numerator and the denominator might be something that could be discussed a little bit more. And I guess to a certain extent, Eric, I guess that's fertile ground for your perspective if you'd like to take a stab at it.
I mean, sure. I don't know that I have much to add though on this. I think the goal of these analyses are to compare costs and benefits and determine, how those values compare across time. And so that's why we're working for the same discount rate. Is there?
Well, Eric, can I add to that just a touch?
Yeah, please.
I think here, as we have stated in past workshops and in past comments, TURN is really trying to remove bias from information that's being provided and make sure that, straightforward information on different data points is provided to the commission and interveners so that we have a clear view of, costs and benefits and how they compare as we assess the different mitigations. So that's sort of the piece that I would add is that, this is just another place where we're trying to improve, the information imbalance or, the information that we're receiving, but then also ensure that is presented without any changes that may bias the results.
Could I ask a question? kind of came up in Eric's presentation about the presentation of costs and trying to have a unified presentation of costs. And I think that that's relevant actually for both of the perspectives that are discussed here. There was this idea that I think Turn has recommended that present value be the primary way that costs are presented in a ramp or a GRC. Does there need to be language within the RDF about how costs should be presented? Has that been discussed by anybody at Turn?
I think that is an idea that we're exploring. Eric presented today, and Eric, please jump in if I misstate anything. That there is a preference for how costs are presented. I haven't gone through the RDF to necessarily identify where that would happen, but yeah, it's an ongoing conversation that we can think about pending the comments in this on this workshop.
Okay.
Does that sound right, Eric?
Yep.
Yeah, does that sound right to you too, Steve? That there needs to be, yeah. Oh, sorry, I think you were muted.
Yes.
Okay, great. So you see, we can come together and agree. Let's see. How should the fact that there are different types of benefits affect choice of discount rate? I think that Steve's presented, fairly, in depth on this particular topic. But Steve, I don't know if there was anything additional that you wanted to add on that particular topic.
Yeah, I just want to address one point. So Eric cited, mentioned that it is not standard practice to use different discount rates in cost benefit ratio, to use different discount rates in the numerator and denominator. My response to that is, I'm not particularly bothered by the fact that we may be deviating from it if we are finding good justification and logical reasoning to support a deviation. Remember the SMEP settlement agreement has a clause in it that says whatever methodology the utility uses for risk evaluation has to be mathematically correct and logically sound. Just because everybody else does it that way doesn't mean everybody else's way is logically correct and mathematically sound. So, or mathematically correct and logically sound. So if through our own analyses, we find that the logical way to do it, the mathematically correct way to do it, is to use different discount rates, I fully support that. Even though the whole world is against that concept, that doesn't bother me.
Okay. Eric, did have anything to add to that, or you're good?
No, I think you know where I'm where I'm at on this.
Okay. I'll move on to the next set of questions about discount rates and mitigations. I think we've kind of hit on that first question. Yeah, I guess there is some additional questions that we are kind of curious about. Steve had mentioned that there's like a remaining issue that's open about whether or not social rate of time preference can be discussed within different contexts, and that would allow us to potentially adjust discount rates depending on the type of mitigation. And actually, if anybody has any thoughts about that, we would appreciate it. So could a dual discount rate be used for mitigations that demonstrate a social benefit? And if so, how is a social benefit distinguished from a non-social benefit? And Eric, I guess part of this, it gets at the question of you're arguing for the same discount rate to be used in the numerator and the denominator. Does it necessarily need to be the exact same discount rate spread across the entire ramp?
It doesn't have to be. Certainly, it comes up in the literature that that there are examples of using different discount rates at different times. That said, that would not be my recommendation. I think just more from a place of simplicity, like, do we want to be analyzing what discount rates utilities are using when, and for different mitigations and all that? I think again, I think that BCAs have benefit cost analyses have been done for a long time, and the reason why we do somewhat simplify to one discount rate is because it provides the most logical outcomes and the best basis for making decisions. And so again, it wouldn't be like wrong or incorrect to use multiple discount rates. And this is getting away from the numerator versus the denominator, but even within the numerator and within the denominator, I'm not going to tell you that that's wrong. I do think it adds another layer to an already very complex calculation that I don't know adds so much more accuracy that it's kind of worth it.
I think one of the questions I had is that you tried to argue that having a dual discount rate that's different in the numerator and the denominator adds an element of bias. Is that the same though if we were to look at having different discount rates for different types of mitigations? Is there a concern about adding bias there?
I mean, there could be potentially, right?
But with the bias, sorry.
If you applied it equally in the numerator and denominator, I don't know that the ratio would be biased. They probably wouldn't be. But if you didn't, then it probably would be.
I guess my question is there certain instances where bias is welcome?
Maybe I didn't catch what you said. The bias is what? Didn't let your last word.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that would have been important. Welcome, where bias might be welcome.
I want to say no, but if you want to give me a specific example,
yeah,
maybe that'll help.
I think one of the things that we're intending to discuss a little bit more in phase 4 is whether or not there could be a different discount rate for climate change related mitigations. Climate change related mitigations, the idea is that although short-term benefits are good, the general idea is that when you have a mitigation that has a climate benefit, you want to make sure that it has a long-lasting impact that can cope with the long-term effects of climate change. And so a discount rate that is, similar to a short-term mitigation may, it may be not necessarily appropriate in that context.
Yeah, so I don't know that would be introducing bias necessarily. I think your perspective is just changing, and you're saying we'd like to use a lower discount rate. Now, in a way, though, if you're saying, well, some investments like some investments we treat differently than others, and the point is to compare among them, then I do think that could be problematic. I mean, I can think about it more, but it's like, oh, well, for some investment, we value the safety benefit more in the future than for others. That feels like kind of an odd outcome. I think the goal is to try to compare all these things using various discount rates depending on like what mitigation it is might kind of get you away from the goal of, well, what is the cost effectiveness when we compare one thing to the other?
Yeah, that's helpful.
At least my off the top thought. I can think about it more.
Yeah, no, that's quite helpful. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Eddie, thank you. I think I had a similar sort of thought for you. I think the climate change one is a little nuanced because it's generally designed for longer term assets and longer term changes with the uncertainty. There could be mitigations where that may be appropriate. I don't know. We have this incrementality test that we're talking about in this phase, so maybe we'd have to think about how that plays in. But it could lead to also mixed sort of benefits across different types of risks. Would you say there's I'm just going to give an example for hydro. It may make sense because those are super long-lived assets. But for cyber, I don't know if that same thing holds true. So yeah, I mean, I'm there with you. I just think one thought that we had is just we need to find something that's simple and easy to understand. I think that's really important too. But I get your point. I fully agree. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, and I think that's exactly why we've decided to leave this particular discussion open for probably into phase 4. And I think at this point we've gotten a lot of good feedback though about the use of dual discount rate in general in this proceeding. The last thing though that I did want to ask a little bit about is about I think Steve's presented a discussion about the ranges for the discount rate according to the different types of benefits that are available. But this aspect of sensitivity analyses, I did want to hear, essentially part of Eric's proposal is that a sensitivity analysis using definitely different discount rates could be integrated into an analysis or into a ramp application. I just wanted to hear if there was any input on that from other parties, their thoughts on it. Yep, go ahead, Vincent.
So just like to get some clarification when you mean sensitivity analysis. Do you mean that we end up showing two sets of numbers in our ramp filing or GRC filing? Or like, do we pick, if it's just one number, which discount rate do we use as the quote unquote main number? So I just want to get an idea of what you mean by that. Are you trying to show a range? And if that's the case, like we already have ranges, and we've been thinking about ranges in many situations. So I think just we need to be clear about like what kind of ranges we're talking about and for what. So and that could lead to concerns that could lead to multiple sets of numbers.
I think I'm thinking of two sets of numbers. Yes. And so you'd have one with a low discount rate and one with a higher one. And what you could look at then is how much does the discount rate really even matter for the relative rankings as well as for the overall cost benefit ratio.
So would the goal of that, it sounds to me the way that you just presented it is that it would be like a one-off thing. It would almost be something that just needs to be piloted. Is that the goal, or do you think that it's beneficial to have that every ramp application?
I don't think it's very difficult. So, I mean, depending on how utility analyses are set up, but so I don't, I think it would just be incorporated into the ramp filing. Could even be in the work papers, frankly, for as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And then we could, if they wanted to have a discussion on, look, here's how this affects things overall, I think that'd be fine too. But that's how I'm thinking of it.
Okay. Yeah, I think Greg Flores, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks again, Eddie. Yeah, I just wanted to throw my agreement behind what Vincent just articulated, because I'm a little not fully understanding it. I mean, understand, using different scenarios and, for sensitivity. And certainly, as was just mentioned by Eric, I mean, the output would be hinged upon how broad of a range, the high and low we utilize, right? So that's going to drive the sensitivity. Where I kind of have, and I would have to ponder this further, but where I have concern or just kind of consternation a little bit around is that I feel like I would have to justify two very different rates. So I would almost be like arguing against myself. So just want to make that point. I would rather, I guess, given my druthers, spend my time justifying the rate I use as opposed to, justifying two opposing rates, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does actually, or at least to me.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Eric.
I argue with myself all the time. I think particularly for this topic where there are likely to be reasonable arguments for, I think it's right to say you don't take unreasonable rates and or unreasonable, levels of discount rates and run a sensitivity. You say, here's a reasonable range for what it could be. And I think particularly for something like this, again, US government does it this way. They admit that there's not one perfect discount rate. And I think that's probably right. You have to justify each one. So hopefully that doesn't mean that, we're picking like 3 and 3.5% or something. That's not the goal. Like we should be picking a reasonable range.
And once that analysis is actually available to decision makers, would they then only be allowed to choose one or the other? Or would it make, this is goes back to the question about using different discount rates for different mitigations. Once we see the impact of a discount rate on a specific mitigation, we recognize how important it is. Would it make sense? Is mix and matching something that is possible?
When you say mix and matching, like using one for some and a different one for others?
Yeah.
I think my gut reaction is that would create a mess because again, it's like, I don't want the discount rate. It is important and it will absolutely affect these values, but I would like our focus to be on the, costs and benefits themselves. And so if like some values are the utility chooses, I mean, you also create, frankly, room for sort of gaming where it's like, oh, in this case, the low one looks good. In this case, the high one. And so, I think at the end of the day, we want to be able to compare these things. And if I use a super high one on one and a low one on another, they become less comparable. That's similar to my concern about using different discount rates in numerator and denominator. But in this case, it's comparing across programs. Like I want those values to be as comparable as possible so that I can know like, oh, the cost effectiveness of this program is actually higher than this one. And it's not just like some quirk of discounting.
Yeah, so essentially what you're saying is that if there is going to be a different discount rate for a different mitigation, it needs to be super contextual and it needs to be focused on that particular instance, and that mix and matching across these ranges is not recommended, and it would make a mess.
That's probably a better way of putting it. Yeah, but it creates issues when you go to compare it to other things. It may create issues even though for that mitigation in terms of like what the absolute cost benefit ratio is. But yeah, it's, again, my view is I think there's a reasonable range of disagreement here. And that's why a sensitivity analysis is kind of just a way to put the information in front of interveners and commission and see how much it really even affects things. Because one scenario is that it doesn't really matter, and then we can go along our merry way. If it does, then we'd have to think about, all right, which one is really the most appropriate.
Okay. Vincent, I see your hand up.
So just to make it clear, in our preferences, we have one set of assumptions we use for interest rates. and parties already have, the opportunity to run sensitivity analysis on parameters assumptions, right? In fact, our transparency proposal, does calculate sensitivities to interest rates. Interest rates are one parameter that go in. So, you can look at the sensitivity of mitigation if the interest rates move, right? So, but the main thing is that, as far as the main filing, the main set of numbers, we'd like to have one set of numbers based on one set of assumptions for interest rates.
When you say interest rate, Vincent, you're talking about discount rates.
My bad, discount rates.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
thanks.
discount rates. I keep saying yeah, discount rates. Yeah.
Yeah, Vincent's focused on the market approach to everything.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Vincent. Jonathan Webster, I see you have your hand up as well. Did you have a question you wanted to throw out there?
I just wanted to touch on what you were discussing just before about different discount rates for different mitigations. And you and Eric actually fleshed it out pretty well, but just wanted to get on the record saying, my understanding of the cost benefit analysis is to be able to compare mitigations one-to-one, and then to start applying different discount rates seems almost a step backwards in terms of adding a layer of complexity and opacity. Takes away from what's supposed to be a transparent process. So again, you guys fleshed those ideas out pretty well yourself, though.
Greg, I see you have your hand up again. Go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick comment I'm just grappling with here as I listen to everybody. Because we're all going to have differing, if we go for the weighted average cost of capital, we each have different rates, right? So, and then if we essentially have either same or differing rates for the numerator, we're going to have different CBO. You assume that it's replacement of antiquated plastic pipe in a populated area. So they essentially across, us and PG&E, for example, SoCalGas and PG&E and SDG&E, it has the same risk profile. But because of those differing rates utilized to discount for the numerator and denominator, you could have three different outcomes. So for the same mitigation, for the same risk profile, one could possibly disallow one utility's proposed mitigation and approve the others for the exact same mitigation for the exact same risk condition. But it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of interesting to me. So I think we have to be very careful with this.
Steve, did you have any thoughts on that issue?
No, I don't.
I had a question. So, Greg, are you saying we have a generic utility WACC that's like really close to everyone's, but don't use actual? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I was afraid of proposing this because I didn't want anyone to conclude that either.
Okay.
It's just kind of observational that a little bit of I guess a word of caution. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Finally got my camera to work. Thanks.
Hey, Greg, good to see you. Yeah. I think actually that's great for the discussion of the sensitivity analysis. It was very helpful. Cleared up some questions I had as well. And I think that's actually the last set of questions. Now I can't. First, let me just ask if there's any additional questions about discount rates. If there is, yeah, go ahead, Jonathan. Go ahead.
Right. I wanted to ask Stephen. So, Protect Our Communities shares concerns that Turn has brought up about how these differing discount rates has the potential to really favor long-term projects. We're just not really convinced that was an intention of the cost-benefit analysis. I mean, I understand there's no opportunity costs to the benefits. Therefore, like it doesn't totally make sense to discount them at the same rate. But as I said, I don't think it was like an intended consequence to end up with this bias towards long-term projects. So I guess, like, do you agree with that concern that this might be biased toward long-term projects at different rates? And I guess what would be your response to that?
My response is let logic dictate whatever outcome it produces. I don't have any particular preference. I don't have any particular bias. And if we use a methodology that's mathematically sound and logically correct, then the number is what the number is. You can't say that something that's logically sound and mathematically correct is biased. That a mathematically correct methodology and logically sound methodology is not by itself biased. So whatever number it produces as a result of a logically sound approach is not by definition biased.
Okay, Jonathan put his hand up.
I think the greater danger is if you start out with a preconceived notion that it shouldn't be this or shouldn't be that, and you're looking at a methodology and it somehow contradicts what your preconceived notion is, and you look at it as, and you claim that's a bias, that's just an incorrect assumption, incorrect conclusion. I think it's more appropriate to get away from the preconceived notion first and start out with the basic principles. What are the basic principles? What does the logic says? What is the logical mathematically sound procedure produces? I think that's a much more meaningful discussion than to start out with a preconceived notion that we shouldn't be favoring this project or that type of project with long expenditures, capital expenditures. I think that's the dangerous thing. That to me is the bias. That's the source of the bias when you have a preconceived notion against any type of funding pattern.
Okay. The thoughts on discount rates? If not, many thanks to Eric and Steve for their presentations, and I'll open it to, I believe it was Jordan, is that the name? Who wanted to give some additional thoughts on the template?
Yep. And sorry earlier to kind of jump the gun on you, but yeah, I just wanted to get on the record.
It's okay.
Basically on the templates, not opposed to reporting in a template format that gives a clear picture of our methodologies, BCRs. But just want to say we're aligned with some of the concerns brought forth by PG&E, SCE, and some of the critiques with this approach that we think are worth revisiting. We discussed them a little bit, didn't go in depth, but in terms of trying to draw granular comparisons between, say, for instance, a large infrastructure project and a program like cybersecurity, or concerns that the template requirements and calculations can have some effects on RSAR, OAIS proceedings, RMAR, but we haven't really had representation from those domains. And then also, as Vincent said, addressing tranching, which we I think are going to discuss in the next technical working group. So not opposed to the idea of a clear template that explains what we're doing, but we just have some issues that we wanted to voice our concern on with regard to Cal Advocate's proposal. And that's it.
Okay, great. Hey, thanks a lot, Jordan.
Yep.
I appreciate you being patient. And actually, if there are any additional comments on the templates, I just want to make sure that Anna and other Frankie's still here. Oh, Chris is still here. Yeah. So if there is additional comments or questions, we still have an additional 45 minutes actually, and so we could use that to continue the discussion about the templates. Yeah, Vincent, go ahead.
It's not a temper related question, so maybe I put my hand up too soon.
We can have a
It's more-
general discussion.
It's more discounting question, and it's a discounting question for the SPD. Is
Sure, we can go back and forth, no problem.
my bad, I'm sorry. But I was just wondering, SPD, are you thinking of, I know Steve mentioned it a little bit earlier, but just wanted to see if you're thinking of putting forth any language around the discounting in the RDF for in this I suppose your proposal will be formally due in a couple of weeks. I'm just wondering if you're going to propose any formal language in the RDF for the discounting.
Formal language for, I'm not sure I understand you. Formal language for the decision.
Yeah.
That
Well,
the
so
utilities can quote. I don't write
no,
the decision. I can help judges write decisions.
No, so it's kind of like similar to how when both Turn and ourselves did the risk scaling, we proposed some language to add to the RDF. So we're wondering whether you're thinking of doing the same thing in your formal proposal.
When you said RDF, are you specifically referring to
I'm specifically
modifying
referring to
the settlement agreement, maybe?
Yeah, it's it's not the settlement agreement, it's right, D-22-12-027 Appendix B, I think. That's
Appendix A.
That's right. A,
Yeah.
my bad. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
Appendix
the
A.
RDF.
Okay.
Yep.
I will have to look at that. I don't have an answer for you at this time.
Okay, thank you.
I have to look into that. I have to look at Appendix A, but I have to look into that issue, whether or not I want to, whether or not it's appropriate for me to propose changes to that. So I don't have an answer for you at this time.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions or thoughts on either topic? If not, go ahead and I think we can wrap up a little bit early. Just to give everybody some idea about the next steps. Of course, we're always going to have the YouTube recording will come out about 3 to 4 days after this presentation, although it tends to come out a little bit earlier. So Cal Advocates Turn and SPD will file proposals that were just the proposals that were just discussed today on Halloween. I'm a Halloween fan, so I had to put the little pumpkin there. But they have the opportunity to make refinements between today and the 31st. So they may be slightly different than the pre-workshop proposals. So it's up to the parties to make those adjustments if they like. There will be a ruling with questions for party comments approximately November 3rd, and we would appreciate it if folks could follow those ruling questions when answering. Vincent, I see your hand still up. Did you have another question, or should I keep going? Oh,
no, my bad. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then, so the opening comments for this workshop are going to be due by December 1st, and then the reply comments will be due by December 8th. As I mentioned, there's going to be a 6th workshop on December 6th. And that will be the final workshop for this phase of the proceeding. And so I believe there was a scoping memo that went out recently describing the content of that workshop. So it's going to be reopening the discussion on tail risk, and then we'll also have a further discussion on granularity of tranches. And I think that should round us out for today. I'll be happy to give everybody back about 40 minutes of time, and I appreciate the discussion. A lot of really good back and forth, and I think it's very helpful for building the record in this proceeding. And I'm expecting and looking forward to further discussion within the open and reply comments. So thank you, everybody, for your time, and we'll look forward to seeing you in December 6th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Don't forget this. Hey, Eddie, don't forget to save the chat.
The
Don't forget to
chat.
save the chat and the video.
Yeah, the video gets saved by IT, but I will stop this. Save the chat. Actually, George actually told he put it in there for me. File. Save chat.
All right, goodbye. Bye-bye. I'm logging
Thanks,
off.
Steve. Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so Edmund, if you could hold off for just 1 second. Make sure I get this chat. You go by Edmund Russell or just Edmund? Oh, maybe all our IT folks are gone. Looks like I lost everybody. Well, I got the chat, so I'll go ahead and close it out. Did anybody stop the recording? Edmund, can you hear me? Oh, shoot. Make sure that this gets stopped. Oh, I see.